Okay, good morning everybody and welcome to the Sony Iris Awards judging. We are here this morning to judge the Landscape Open category, proudly sponsored by Foulhaven. And before we get started, we're going to just have a run through of the images that we're going to be having a look at today.
Don't go because someone tells you to go. Don't go because everyone else is going. Don't go because it would make you look good, or because you can make it look good. Cities, mountains, streets, oceans, deserts, doesn't matter. Go because you have to go. Go because it was written on your DNA. Go because it's pouring out from every scene and dream and every map that leads you to the unknown. And every thought that seems to come back to the one thing that rips you out of bed at night. And when you go with eyes open, go fast, go nimble, go passionately, go without sleep if you have to. However you go all in. And if you don't like the rhythm, just change the beat. As you go, remember, the world is waiting for your perspective.
Hello, my name is Martin Axelhed. I am the CEO of Fjällräven and I would like to make a deal with you. This is a typical Fjällräven jacket. We have worked hard to produce it with the lowest possible environmental impact, while also offering the highest possible level of functionality and durability. Like all our products, it is designed with the intention to last for decades of use, to be passed on to the next generation or resold on the second-hand market. This way, fewer products needs to be produced, less energy needs to be consumed, and fewer products will end up as waste. But for that chain of events to work, your participation is needed. Which brings me to the deal I'm proposing. If we promise to continue to work hard, making long-lasting products with as little environmental impact as possible, will you promise to let those products work hard too? To use them for many years and not replace them with new products 1 or 2 seasons later? It might take some extra care and perhaps some repair as the years go by, but it will be worth it in the long run. What do you say? I hope this makes sense to you as much as it makes sense to me and as much as it makes sense to the environment. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Okay, that looks like an extremely interesting set of images that we're going to be looking at this morning. We're just looking at our judges and seeing if we've got any additional exclusions. Okay, just while we just get a couple of little things sorted out, I should introduce myself. My name is Paul Daly. I'm your panel chair for the day, and I have Michelle Fay, who is assisting next to me. And we have, of course, our lovely print handlers, etc., out the back there that are doing a wonderful job and are going to be showing us all the images for the first half. And we have an amazing amount of judging talent in front of us. And so just a little warning to our judges, we've got a sea of exclusions in front of us, and they'll be jumping a few of you in and out at times. Okay, so I might just go through all our judges first of all, and then we'll call in the first ones. So we have, in no particular order, Mike Boyden, Roger Wanderless, Jackie Rankin, Matt Palmer, Janine Fletcher, Rebecca Kempton, Rachel Smith, Catherine Katanak, Mike Langford, Tony Hewitt, and Peter Eastway. So, yeah, we're very happy to have all these esteemed judges in front. Bit of a selfie going on in the room. Okay, and so if we could please have up for the beginning Peter Eastway and Tony Hewitt, Mike Langford, Catherine Katanak, and Rachel Smith. Just while the judges are logging in, I'll just give those out there watching online a description of the category. This is the landscape open category, and entries to this category can include model exposures, composite images, intentional camera movement, and all other forms of post-production are permitted, and provided they fall within the rules of the entry. Jackie, would you like to come in? Oops. Okay, a small technical issue already, but we're just about there. Judges, are we ready?
Judges ready?
Yes. There's a lot of chatting going on down there. Maybe we should separate some of these guys. Right, let's just, can we have the first print, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Okay. All right, we'll accept that. And it's a nice start for the morning. Okay. And waiting for the system to click over. Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry. Can we? Early morning. Can we have a comment for the author of the photo, please? Who would like to? Okay.
These images that are flipped, we're used to seeing them, and I guess we're after another layer of interpretation to come in the background in this category, maybe introduce some other elements that are different on both sides, just to bring a bit more variation. But the colour toning in here is just gorgeous, and the details lovely. Well done.
Great. Thank you for that. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. And Jackie, you would like to challenge that?
Yeah, I'd like to challenge it at 86, just to consider the uniqueness of this, the presentation, the idea. We're trying to work out what it's all about, but we've certainly got plastic bags in there and trees and grasses and design elements that have come in to make you stand up and look twice. It's got an enduring quality that could be put on a wall as graphic art, and yeah, so maybe some more thought. As it sits up there a bit longer, you can bring it up into the silver distinction.
Mike, you're at the other end.
Now, I gave this a 76, which is still an award. I had a major problem with the marrying of the elements, the background textural elements and the foreground, I guess, protest elements. They don't marry that well. If you're looking at the background layer, there's a real hot spot on the left-hand side that drags my eye away from the union of all the elements that should be coming together and supporting that central image. There's visual conflict happening here for me, so 76.
I'm looking for a comment from somebody in the middle. Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this 82. I do feel it deserves a silver. The narrative just hits you straight away, with the proximity of the plastic bag hanging over the tree there, and I enjoy the way the photographers really brought your attention to the centre with what could also be another piece of rubbish in the rectangle. Not so comfortable coming up into silver distinction, sort of along the lines of Mike. Not only is there that hot spot in the sky, but on the left there, those grasses are quite distracting, and which is not balanced on the right. And I think the two sides of the image are potentially detracting a little bit, but very happy with it in silver. It's quite original.
Okay, Jackie?
Yeah, I take it all that on board, and you're not incorrect. But as I look at the tree longer, I'm starting to think about a tree that was cut down maybe a year or so, or a couple of years ago, vandalised in a gully like this, and perhaps that's just some sort of interpretation of those feelings. So that's where it's gone to another layer for me.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have 83, silver award. Good conversation, thank you very much. Okay, And can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, can we have a comment from somebody? Peter.
Like the use of what I'm assuming is a rolling shutter, not that it really matters, but I think if you take the distortion of the building out, which I love, and then just look at it as a photo, how could you perhaps have made that a little bit stronger and a little bit more vibrant to get it up into the next level? And I think, you know, a little bit more strength, a little bit more colour perhaps. I know I'm a colour sort of person, but I think that's, you know, just got to perhaps look at it as a photograph in itself, and then add what you need to make that good, and then you add the rolling shutter on top of that, and I think you go up into the silver.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Tony, yeah, you would like to challenge?
Yeah, I really agonised over it. It's a 77. And then I saw the narrative of what I think is it's quite a deliberate narrative in my mind. There's a seal, and I thought, why would you just put this seal so small in the bin? And then I saw the fin, which is representative of the orca. And I started to see a narrative or a story that may have been presented to us in a very simple but clever way. You know, the predator in that area and the prey. And I might be wrong, I might be reading into it, but it seems quite a simple narrative, but it seems quite obvious once you see it. And for that reason, I thought I should give it at least an airing. And I feel like it's possibly deserving of a silver if that's what the photographer's seen. The question is, we always as judges sit here and think we know what the photographer knows and why they did it. At the end of the day, I kind of try to dismiss that and think this is what I'm reading, and once I've seen it, I can't unsee it. I see the fin, I see the orca. So I'm suggesting that it's possibly worth a low silver.
Mike, you're at the other end.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Tony. And I think the narrative's worthwhile. I am, however, distracted by the basic landscape and the really white highlights, especially around the top right. There seems to be a bit of bleeding. Seems to be, I'm not being held in the image, and I keep sort of escaping from the details that are in there by that bright outside area. But I like your story.
Okay, we're going to have to hear from somebody in the middle. All three of you are... Yep, Catherine?
I gave this 77, and I did notice those highlights as well, Mike, but I think I'm going to come up to silver because I'm actually quite enjoying it. It's very obviously heavily weighted towards the darks there, but then you've got the lines of the orca fin bringing you down, and just the placement of the seal on that transition point as you come from the light into the dark. So with that kind of reading of it, I think those highlights are making more sense to me now, so I'm happy to come up to a low silver.
Tony, right, a reply?
Yeah, look, I'm very conscious of the disease of pareidolia, and we all look and find things, but you know, pictures are meant to communicate something, and often we're tasked with going out and using photographs to tell stories. And the dark, I agree with you. I agree with on the right-hand side, I find the whites and the highlights kind of fall away and invite you out of the frame. Well, in a way, if I was that sea lion or whatever it is, seal, I'd probably want to get out of the frame too. And in some ways, the darkness is behind the seal. That represents that threat, you know. I don't know. This isn't a gold print. There's a lot of technical things that need to be done to it. But is the concept and the narrative that's been presented to us in this frame worthy of a silver award? I think it does. I think it does.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we have a silver award at 80. Good conversation, people. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do a judge change. Okay, can we have Mika in for Tony and Chris in for Peter? Chris is not here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're just waiting for our new judges to log in. Are we all good to go? Yep. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and can we have a comment from somebody? Mike?
Yeah, if the photographer reduced down the post-production, it's just, unfortunately it's been over-sharpened and that really detracts from the ridge lines in the background. Just a little bit more technical finesse would help.
Okay, great. Thanks for that comment, Mike. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Okay, and can I have a comment from somebody? Mika?
The colour and the richness, the sumptuousness, the creaminess of this is beautiful, and the detail is exquisite. I feel like the top left of the image isn't sharing the same weight as the rest of the image, and I'm not quite sure how to address that, but I'm finding that space not as interesting as the rest of the image.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. I'm sure the photographer will still be very happy with that silver distinction. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Right, so, and a comment from somebody along the line. Oh, let's go, Chris. Yep.
I think this is the technique is that they've used to make this image is fantastic. I think the idea is really good as well. It's just a bit lacking in its detail, I guess. I think if some of the technique had have been a bit and the layering had have been a bit more precise, I think it would have been a bit higher. So thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Mika has jumped up out of her seat to challenge this.
Yeah, I scored this 88. I think I've never seen an image matted like this, and I feel like the matting actually really enhances what is going on here. It's almost like a cityscape of landscape. I'm really enjoying the layering, the way that the photographer has made those lines go between different spaces. I'm enjoying the discordance. I'm enjoying the areas of different sky and different land, and the positioning of all of the elements. I just think is really novel, really exciting. I'd like to hear what other people think about it.
Okay, we'll go to Catherine first because she's at the other end, and then we'll come to you, Mike.
Yeah, I gave this a 76. What an exciting way to present an image. I really applaud the photographer for the originality of this matting. Really love the idea. I guess what I would have liked to seen is more of those lines working within the image. I just felt that the underlying subject matter wasn't gelling with this technique, and it just felt quite jumbled, especially down the bottom right there. I just sort of get lost in these dark shapes. I guess I wanted more shapes to be working with the wonderful shapes of the matting. So yeah, I am listening.
Mike?
Yeah, I too was really taken by the inventiveness of the matting, especially because it's giving us a three-dimensional look to what unfortunately is quite a flat image. The base element just isn't strong enough to support that beautiful matting. So I think a bronze is a worthy result.
Okay, we'll just wait for Mika to come back to her seat to write a reply.
The print quality is, can you hear me? Yeah, the print quality is fantastic. I feel that it really enhances this abstract, novel and unique image. I'll draw your attention to the sky in particular, the brightness on the left through to the relative darkness on the right. Even though all of those panels are different, they do work together. There's like a cloud drifting across there, up into the sky on the right. There's a very strong diagonal that gives you a particular mountain peak starting bottom left and reaching its pinnacle about 3 frames from the right. There is a sense of purpose, and I think even just for its inventiveness and the print quality, it deserves at least a silver, but I'm up there at silver with distinction. So please think about those elements and and give it your best shot.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we got 81, silver award. Okay, good conversation, people. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and if I can have a comment from somebody, maybe Jackie?
Amazing colour, the red and the yellow coming through, and good composition of those balances. But I think a little bit more detail, a bit more message, something that we can really grab hold of to understand why they're there. But well done with your bronze.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, fairly even scoring across the board. Can I have a comment from some? Yep. Sorry, Mike.
It's okay, mate. I actually feel as if the printing of this, had it been darker, would have been more dramatic. I just feel the key of it is just a little bit too high for the subject.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll just accept that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Okay, Mika, would you like to comment?
The colour palette is beautiful here. It's got some really peaceful tones. I feel like the technique of the multiple imagery has made it feel unsettling, like an earthquake or something like that. And I feel like the mixed messages are a little unclear whether we're supposed to be feeling the peace and serenity or the disturbance. So I feel like a stronger message would have communicated better with us.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. All right, can we have a comment from somebody on the floor? Who am I looking for? I'm going to pick on somebody. Mike?
Look, I really enjoyed this. I gave it 85 as well. I think a little bit stronger in terms of the tonal difference between the top and the bottom might have worked better, because the bottoms, even though it says it's dark and sort of negative, it's not dark and negative enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Okay, can I have a comment from somebody? Catherine?
What a beautiful piece of work, just really delicate. You've got the little tree there, but I think the curve of the spray that leads you through there is almost as strong as the tree. It's wonderful, beautiful richness just beneath that. I do feel we're getting a little bit lost into nothingness on the right-hand side, and while that kind of supports the curve, I think a slightly tighter crop could have strengthened this even further, but it's really beautiful, lovely colours and palette. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have a blank screen, please? We just need to change a judge. Sorry, this one just sneaked up on us a little bit. Chris, you just going to take a break, and Matt, if you'd like to come in. Okay, we're all logged in. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score currently of 79, which is a bronze award. And Mike, if you'd like to jump in.
I gave this 84, mainly because of it's a construct, and I see the construct as creating a new, almost religious icon, and I see it's a mindset that's made something to look like something, and I think all of those elements have been done incredibly well, so it's a silver for me.
Okay, we've got a couple down the other end. Matt?
Yeah, I was in bronze, so not too far away. I think I saw that, and it's very strong structurally. It could even almost be like a religious spaceship from the future kind of thing. I think what would have lifted me higher straight away would be just a little bit of nuance in terms of how the mirroring has been applied, and perhaps particularly in like the cloud area, perhaps changing the patterning just a little bit. But I also kind of see them as wings as well, and maybe that is a reason for them to be symmetrical, but I just feel like a little nuance in that, and perhaps adding some really subtle elements perhaps in the windows or something like that that could further that story along, might have lifted me higher.
Mika, you're in the middle.
Yeah, I scored this 78. I loved the angularity of the lines. I thought the lighting was fantastic. I really enjoyed the colours. That cloud in the background, I also felt that there was a bit of iconography with wings, but they're just a bit crunchy. They don't give that etherealness that I would think that would support that message. And I also felt that while there's good space at the top for this structure to breathe, I felt that the bottom was very tight, and that perhaps that tension has a purpose, but for me it was just a little bit too close to the edges for me to see this as a strong, invented, clever structure with its own power base.
Mike, back to you.
Yeah, it's a difference of the number of points we give things is the difference between this. But it's original, which is the one thing that elevates it for me. The other thing is the colour palette. We've got a very strong blue base that gets warmer as you go up, and I think all these sorts of things are deliberate decisions that elevate this into a silver. I do feel it's incredibly well crafted. I can't see fault with it as such, and I think we're being a bit hard.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've got 82, silver award. Okay, nice conversation. Thank you, judges. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Fairly tight scoring. Mike, yep.
Yeah, look, it's got a beautiful fluid feel to it. Unfortunately, your brightest part of the picture is in the centre, and that's the emptiest part. If you'd sort of made that more interesting, I think you would have got a higher award.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 87, silver distinction. All right, fairly tight scoring across the board there too. I seem to be dominating comments. Mike, would you? Yep.
Look, I really enjoy the Christo-like running fence running through the middle of it. However, I feel it could have done even stronger had the mat reiterated the shapes within the frame. I feel it's more a horizontal than a vertical, so just a thought from me.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mike. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do a little judge change. Catherine, you can come out for a bit, and Janine. Mike's looking to jump out. Yeah, no, that's fine. You've been in from the start, and yeah, that's all right. Let's bring Chris in for a few more. We are sort of navigating a lot of exclusions here, so yep. So you guys are going to be sort of like jumping in and out a little bit.
So you might come out, Chris.
Yep. Okay, we all happy? We can have the next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is currently a bronze, but Jackie would like to challenge that.
I'd like you to consider silver. I'm on 83. I think all the decisions made here for the composition are very good ones. There's nothing really that you can change, right down to the little smudges on the back of the pool, and this, it's an urban landscape it's a pool full of leaves and things. But all that, the blank spaces in the back, all those textures, all those differences are really good. Right down to, I think, the line that you feel like you want to straighten up, but it's perfectly imbalanced, I think, to create a sense of disquiet. I think it's worthy of a silver.
Chris, you're actually down the other end.
Yeah, I like that it's framed quite well. I just didn't get enough of a story or narrative from me. Yeah, I think it's a solid sort of bronze. I can't see anything in it to sort of to take me higher than that at the moment. But yeah, happy to listen.
Our middle three are fairly closely. Matt?
I also think the textures in this have been handled beautifully. Black and white tones are all really well handled, and it really tells a story, I think, of abandonment in this place, where you can see the layers of age building up on it as it hasn't been maintained. I put it into bronze, however. I feel like the story could have been accentuated by maybe having a deflated rubber ducky or something kind of hiding in the corner or amongst the leaves or something would have really elevated it quite a lot for me, but I'll listen to what you're saying.
Okay, Jackie, back to you.
Right, that abandonment wouldn't have a yellow duck, I don't think, but I can see we're looking for something that maybe you're looking for something that isn't there, and I think that's the feeling of this emotion in this space. All the choices being made so well. it's been a beautiful study. That's like a Jeffrey Smart without the colour. You know, well done. 83.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, we've got 80, silver award. Nice conversation. Okay, I'm sure the photographer will be very happy with that. Okay, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 83, which is a silver award, but Mika would like to challenge this.
I've scored this 87. I think the level of mastery here is quite remarkable. We have abstract pieces making an overall abstract piece, but within that, the positioning of all of these elements has created something very cohesive. We've got the diagonal bottom left leading up into almost a hand-like structure leading up into the top that goes beautifully, a line right across the top, comes back in on the right, reaching down to another almost flame-like particle down to the bottom right, and we just keep, there's that beautiful horizon line right across the bottom. We keep going around there. We're guided very, very clearly where to look, and we've got these two like eyes staring at us in the middle. We've got hands, we've got eyes, we've got fingers pointing, and the colour is fantastic. These abstract colours just work beautifully together. And then of course there's the paper choice that I think accentuates the print and makes it sparkle. Yeah, I scored this 87. I'd like to hear some comments.
Okay, Chris, don't want to pick on you, but you're at the other end.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. I didn't really get a narrative from it. I do applaud the media choice and the the idea to split it into 9 images as well. Yeah, thanks for the narrative. I think I'll be coming up a bit more. I think I was a bit harsh. I can see more in it now. So thanks,
Matt.
Yeah, I was in the middle. I saw a party crab, or the most fabulous crab, and the paper choice is supporting that too. The crab's sparkling there in the middle, and it's got its claws up in the air, and maybe even the bottom right and left, kind of its legs or something sticking out as well. I think I was on 84, so I'm only 1 point away from your destination, but I felt like there's kind of some alignment there, but the alignment isn't perfectly matching up, and it would have been so easy to have just made sure that those lines really connected through perfectly, and I think I would have been in silver distinction straight away with you, or maybe even higher, had that been the case.
Mika?
I don't feel that there always needs to be a narrative to enjoy an abstract piece. I love that we're reading different stories into this. I think that adds to the complexity of the image. I think that there's perfection in imperfection. I like when things don't quite match up, as long as the overall message is strong. And I feel like here the overall message is strong enough, and those mismatches, if you want to call them that, just add a bit of tension and dynamism to the image. So yeah, I'm on 87, and I'd love for you to join me.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to just do another judge change. Okay, Jackie, you can take a break. Thank you for that. And Rachel, come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. All happy with that? Yep. Okay. Can we have a comment from somebody? Yep, Mika.
I really like the panoramic crop for this, and the golden tones are wonderful. From a distance, those snow-capped peaks actually look like fireworks. I think to improve the image, there's a coolness to the golden tones that I feel is kind of blocking the warmth that I feel that this photograph has as a potential. So if you're into Photoshop and you remove a bit of the cyan from the yellow, you'll find that golden tone will be stronger, and I feel that will support the message that we're getting from this print, which is that warmth and that community that we're seeing in the image.
Great, thank you for those comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a silver distinction.
76, 86.
86, sorry, 86. Sorry. I gave the right award, okay? I gave the right award. The number was just wrong. Okay, so we'll accept that. And can we have a comment from somebody on the judging panel? Yep, Matt?
Yeah, this image is so dimensional. It almost feels like you could reach out and touch it. I kind of saw it as almost like there's an alien intruding onto the space with its kind of like tentacles or long legs kind of coming down into the landscape, and then it's introducing that kind of toxicity and color and things. So I think it's a really interesting, well-constructed aerial landscape.
Great, thanks, Matt. We're going to just have a blank screen for 5 seconds. We're going to do a quick judge change. And Chris, you're going to jump out, and Roger. Where's Roger? Oh, Roger. Okay, Chris, you're just going to have to stay there now, unfortunately. Yep. I was just going to give him a quick go, but. Right. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. All right, can we have a comment from somebody? Matt, you've thrown your hand up again.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if it was, but it reads really successfully as like a desert landscape. And what I see here is like a journey through the dunes, and it's like this desert is never ending. You can see the sand blowing across the scene, and there's mirages in the distance, and you're like, oh, I want water. And it's almost like this print makes you feel thirsty. So I think it really successfully communicates that atmosphere, the mood. It's very beautiful.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 79. And Chris, you'd like to challenge this? Okay.
Yeah, I had this up in the silver distinction at 88. As soon as I saw it, I saw, even though it's an aerial and it's a two-dimensional looking down, I saw depth. I saw I was reading an actual hill with trees on the top. And the hill itself, the textures within that hill and the colours are so just earthy, and I just really like it. It's wonderful. It's got the blues that sort of can mimic the sky a bit, and there's some texture there for cloud. I think you could look at that and read it any way you like, really. I just think it's just absolutely stunning image, and it's although it's a two-dimensional looking straight down, it can be seen as a standing at a landscape looking into it. So I'd encourage you to look at it in different ways, and technically it's wonderful as well. The print quality is outstanding. So come up if you can. Thanks.
Matt, you're at the other end.
Yeah, I put it into the bronze range for those reasons. I think that the hill has a beautiful dimension to it as well. It was the treatment of the highlights that really pulled it back for me. When you look at those colours, those cyans, and it actually transitions into a bit of a greeny colour in the left, it feels like those highlights haven't been controlled, either through the capture or through post-production. Even if those highlights were more white than they are those particular colours, I think those colours are actually working against the beauty of the rest of the scene. So that's what I'm really struggling with.
Mika, you're in the middle.
It's been said. I don't want to repeat things.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. I think it's back to you, Chris.
I just think sometimes we can get too caught up with the technicalities and the highlights. I actually like those whites at the top of the hill. It sort of it makes me look at it and makes me wander, I guess. I think it's the emotive part that we should be rewarding in this image, rather than a few technicalities that you may see. So I just encourage people to look past that. Thanks.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Chris, you just have to put your initial score back in. Yep, thank you. Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. And just stand by. I'm just waiting for the clicker to click over. I think we're going to have a quick change. Yeah, Mika, you can have a break. And Rebecca, where are you? Yep, thank you. Okay, and yep, they'll do us, and we'll do another one in a couple. Okay, can we have the next print, please? we've got a score of 80, silver award. Okay, can we have a comment for the author? Matt's thrown his hand up again. Yep.
Yeah, I think the combination, particularly in this category of in-camera movement, but also then the static element, and combining those two is really successful. It gives you the feeling of just looking out in this window and watching time pass, and I think that's just beautifully done. Great color palette. I think in terms of improving it, perhaps just a little bit more detail within that frame to bring out those gorgeous kind of rustic textures might have helped to improve it, but it's very well done.
Okay, great. Thank you for that comment. And can we have blank screen? We're going to just do another quick little change. So, Chris, you can take a break. And Peter. Yep, it's going to be a fleeting one. Okay. All right, we're all good. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay, and a comment from somebody, maybe Rebecca, you're on the average.
I love the vertical presentation of this. For me, the hero image is the top one with that wolf-like face. I just think to improve it, perhaps I just felt a bit of disconnect with that third one down. It just didn't seem to sit with the others. It didn't have that sort of same flow and connection. And perhaps maybe a different paper choice. Yeah, but it's beautiful. Thank you. Well done.
Okay, thank you for that, Rebecca. And can we have blank screen for a moment? No, Matt, not quite. Matt, you can take a break. And Mike, can we ask you to come back in? Yep. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we currently have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction. But Rebecca, you need to have a talk about this.
I'm so thrilled that I'm
Score,
on the panel
please.
for this one.
Score,
I
please.
saw it on the run through.
Score, please. Score,
Oh,
please.
sorry, I scored this a 92 gold. How do I start? For me, it has this insane power that comes from the crazy sharp lines, and then you've got this ethereal angel aura coming out of the head of this person / mountain that has been absolutely exquisitely handled. The colour palette is just, it's cool, but it's got this kind of warmth that comes up through the mountain, and it's just on fire, it's glowing. This is a master in their element here. Absolutely unique. I haven't seen this presented before in any landscape category of this subject. It's new. The lighting is beautiful. I could go on all day, but I'll let other people speak. I think this is really deserving of gold. I'm on 92.
Janine, you're down the other end.
So obviously I wasn't seeing things quite in the same way. I was on 76. I guess I saw all those things, but obviously it didn't make quite the same impact on me. I sort of felt like it was almost like an homage to the Paramount Studios type logo. And it, from that point of view, and I guess we are in the landscape open category, it just didn't resonate with me as being believable. But I am listening very carefully because obviously I'm on a different tangent to everyone else.
Mike, a word from the middle.
I gave this 87 and I'm coming to gold because I believe that this is real. That doesn't really matter because of the category. But as a landscape, this has an emotion to it for me. That ring round the sun, bad weather coming. We're looking at this calm, beautiful, tranquil landscape that has drama. And it's the drama that's implied that's really making it work for me. That heavy vignetting around the top and the corners drags your eye into that beautiful highlight, which is perfectly placed. It couldn't be better. The slope of the glacier in the foreground coming around, almost caressing that mountain. I mean, everything's perfectly placed. And Rebecca, well done going to gold because that's where I'm going.
Peter, you want to jump in there quickly?
Well, since Mike's going around, I thought I'd just ask a couple of questions. When I agree with all the comments so far, it's just where you're starting from and whether you've seen it before and all that sort of stuff. My question is, if the aurora, the bow, the rainbow is so strong in the image, we don't have so much sky, we've got that foreground down the bottom. Now, I understand why the foreground is greater than the sky, because you've got that little mountainette down the bottom left, so I'm sort of thinking, how do I reframe that? I could ask the photographer to go a little bit higher or go a little bit lower, but if he or she is climbing around in the mountains, that's not really a realistic question, is it? So I just struggle with that. So, Mike, you're talking about going for gold and everything actually working together, and I just need some help to get me over the hurdle, because at the moment I just struggle with the framing, and it is the open category, so yeah.
Okay, Rachel, seems we're going for a gold conversation here.
That was my struggle as well, Peter. I scored this 86 silver distinction, and as we've been talking and sitting here, I've found the reason for the framing like that for me. And what it is it's the light. The darkness of those foreground mountains are just holding that position of light and trailing me in this beautiful, almost Koru-like curve up into the light of the bow in the sky and then back into the peak and the hero of the story. So it's just directing me in that beautiful spiral through the image. So I'm happy to come up, Bex.
Okay, Rebecca.
Well, this is a little exciting. I'm not hearing a huge amount of negative here. Peter, in regards to the composition, this is absolutely deliberate. This photographer 100% knows what they're doing. And that little mountainette, that's quite a cute word, in the foreground is meant to be there. For me, that was actually a bit of a clincher. I think if they'd come in closer and knocked out that layer, then you wouldn't have got that beautiful light coming up through the glacier and the, thank you, Rachel, for the kuru coming up and around, and that tiny little mountain just leads you in even further, I think, to that peak. I think this has all the drama, the excitement, the beauty, and shows, the other thing, just one more, is the central composition of that mountain is very, very brave because, that is a little bit outside the box, and I just think the photographer's just taken it head on, and I think we need to reward that. I think I'm hearing a few golds. Let's go.
Okay, judges, please rescore. We have 90 gold award. Great conversation. Okay, take a small breath and next print, please. Okay, we've got 80 silver award. All right, and can I have a comment from fairly tightly packed judges there? I'm going to just, Peter,
I think the composition is great. I really love the framing. They call it negative space. Let's just call it space because it's not at all negative. It's quite positive. To go higher, I look at your mid-tone contrast, and I just feel that there could be a little bit more light and vibrance in parts of the image, and certainly in the water feature, you could almost give that a little bit more dimensionality to it to just take it give it a bit more 3D. But beautifully seen.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. Can we have next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, bronze award. Okay, and can I have a comment from somebody? Mike.
Yep, a beautiful technique applied appropriately, but I think that the heaviness of the shadow areas are just, for the feeling that this has got, which is quite ethereal, it's a bit heavy. So just your blacks, lighten up your blacks, and I think you'll do much better.
Great, thank you for those comments, Mike. And can we have blank screen for a moment? Peter, you are jumping out now. And Roger. He's gone. He's gone again. Unbelievable. Yes, please. Okay.
Please don't disappear unless you tell us.
Yeah, Matt, you can just jump in for until he gets here. Might as well. Yeah. Okay.
There he is.
He's just going to have to wait a couple. Oh, no. Yep, go.
That's not even.
Right. Are we ready? Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can I have a comment from somebody, maybe Janine?
Well done to the photographer with the bronze here. This image definitely conveys that feeling of wind, which is great with the subject. To improve, I think just the bottom third of the image is very, very light. It draws your eyes straight there rather than to actually the main subject of the picture, which is the fins of the windmill. Having said all that, the quality of the printing is really good.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we currently got a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. But Roger.
Righto, I gave this a gold. And it jumped out to me from the outset, really. It's exquisite. The palette is gentle, but at the same time, there's a narrative there. I'm not quite sure what the narrative is, but the narrative that I guess I see is nature as the tree. It's small within the frame. It's surrounded by something that's sort of protecting it, but maybe threatening it at the same time because it's the colour red. It's toxic. Is it the environmental message that we see coming through? And it's done subtly. So I'm rewarding originality. I'm rewarding the decisions that the photographer's made. He could have zoomed in on the bubble and the tree, if you like, but he hasn't. He's given us some context, and I guess that context underneath is negative space, and that yellow that again signifies toxicity. I just think it's a strong graphic image, so I'm interested to hear what you all think.
Mike, you're at the other end of things.
I gave this 83 because I really enjoyed it, but I found it quite heavy-handed. I didn't find it subtle at all. It's sort of like, look at me, and I think I'm being played with a little bit because I don't see a narrative. I'm not actually looking for a narrative, but at the same time, I don't see a connect between the tree and everything else in the image. They just don't gel with me. The aesthetics aren't quite there, so I'll have to listen because I need to be taught about this one.
Rachel, a word from the middle.
I'm sitting at 88 in silver distinction. I'm listening to what Roger's saying. I scored at this because of the narrative that I get from it. So the tree is representative of growth. The red portion that's encapsulating that, to me, is representative of perhaps a placenta or something that is feeding that tree. The space around it is giving it room to grow as it gets to the next stage. What held me out of gold with this is actually when I follow I don't have a connection with the yellow part of the image, but when I follow that through to the edge of the frame, I can see almost like a face right on the edge, and that didn't connect with everything else I was reading into it, so that kept me out of the gold range. But if you can add something to me to make that less distracting, then I can come higher.
Do we have any other? Yes, Janine?
I was in support of this image on 86 for the most bizarre of reasons. I was really enjoying the negative space, the background. It's like the moon. It's really, really neat. But I'm listening very carefully for thoughts about the story that the photographer's trying to tell here.
Okay, Roger, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, look, I'm sort of clarifying the narrative in my head, really. So the vast majority of the real estate on this is negative space, which is it's barren, unproductive, dead land. It's all silver. Nothing will grow in that. Then you've got that hint of toxin I see in the yellow, giving you the context of this. So this is this dying area, symbolic of a dying planet. And in amongst that, you've got this tree slap in the middle, hitting you in the face, but not big, surrounded by something encroaching on it. Toxins encroaching on nature, like rainforests being chopped down. And I think it's deliberate, and I think it's a really strong narrative, and I think as a graphic piece, it's unusual, it's original, and it's brave, and so I urge you to come up to 92.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've moved it to 88, silver distinction. Okay, great conversations. Thank you very much. And can we have the next print, please? a score of 77, Bronze Award. Mike, yep, comment?
Just to comment on this, look, it's a great landscape, but it's dominated by a sky that is actually in conflict with all that beauty that's down the bottom. So reduce down the amount of sky, watch the edges of your frame, because the bottom left, right-hand corner is quite distracting, being the brightest part of that area. So just think about the subject more, make the subject stronger, and you'll have a higher award.
Great, thank you for the comments, Mike. Can we have blank screen for a moment? Rebecca, you're going to take a break. Tony, welcome back. Okay, if we're all good to go, can we have the next print, please? We've got a score of 79, which is a Bronze Award, and we're going to have a challenge on that. An image review. Okay, so we all happy with that? Yep. Okay, so because the score sits on 79, which is the cusp to the next award, and there's a spread of scores over the judges, we just need an 80 or a 79, please. Okay, and that's a 79 Bronze Award. Can we have a quick comment? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Janine. Yep.
Congratulations to the photographer on a Bronze Award. This is a beautiful technique to keep exploring. I think just finding a stronger underlying subject would help quite a lot. The textures in here are exquisite. Keep working on it. Just the upside down trees in the top right of the frame, I couldn't get my head around. But yeah, just choosing your subject carefully, I think, would really help here.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And can we have a blank screen just momentarily? Rachel wants to jump off. And Catherine, welcome back into the room and back into the hot seat straight away. Okay, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we currently have a score of 85, which is a silver distinction, but Catherine?
Yeah, I gave this a 93 gold. I can't fault this, not that I was up there trying to fault it, but you know, I just think this has initial impact. It's really quite exquisite, and we've seen this technique done before, but I think this is just such a successful example of it. The flow through the image is absolutely beautiful. There's detail everywhere it needs to be. The colour palette's working really well, and I think you've got the flow across the mountains and then the ripples in the sky, but you've also got those beautiful diagonal lines that sort of are surging you up towards that lovely light at the right. So you're travelling successfully across the image, but you're not getting lost out the sides, and there's a beautiful balance between the weight of the clouds and the weight at the bottom of the image. Love to hear a bit more about it, but I'm finding this extremely successful.
I'll just go to Roger first and then come back to you, Tony, because Roger's at the end.
Look, I scored this 78. I feel to be going higher, there's got to be a degree of originality, and there's a lot of these images we see these days, so it needs to bring something extra to the table. From a sort of compositional point of view, I found it pleasant, but nothing more. I struggled with the fact that the lightest part of the frame was on the right edge, and then the second lightest was at the top right-hand corner, so my eye sort of didn't settle anywhere. And I found the shadows generally just a bit, I hate the word muddy, but that is probably the right word. So I'm reasonably comfortable where I'm sitting, really. Bronze award's still a reasonable award, so I need some convincing.
Tony from the middle.
Yeah, I think Roger's covered a lot of it for me, but for me there's an inconsistency. There's elements of this image that scream gold and there's elements that scream 70. And I say that respectfully because the top left half of the picture is muddy and grey and lacking the same vitality that we see through the middle on the ridges of these hills. The technique is beautiful and the location is beautiful, and I think the actual file probably has potential for an extremely high score, but I just feel the execution of this particular image and the way it's presented to us it hasn't been resolved to its full potential. As Roger mentioned, the golden light on the right really does pull you out, or pulls me out to the right. The middle of the picture is stunning, but it's just lacking resolution. I gave it a silver because I saw so much merit, but I also held it back because I saw so much potential unfulfilled. But I'm still listening.
Mike, did you have something to add?
I think I gave this 87, and I think a distinction's where it should be living, for me anyway. I actually like the suggestion of crepuscular rays coming through that has been created through the technique, not through what's actually there, and it's an appropriate thing that's really original. I haven't seen this technique used to create that sort of feeling before, and I think it's done really well. So you're right about the muddiness in the top left and possibly the bottom right, but apart from that, there are elements in here that are just exquisite, and that's what I'm celebrating.
Okay, Janine, anything to add? You don't have to.
I was all about the dark line on the ridge of the mountain. I was completely in love with that. That's amazing. But I just felt, for me, to bring this image up into that gold range, I would be looking for, and I realise this is probably a natural thing, but I'd be looking for a bit more sophistication in the colour palette. It feels like we've got every colour in the rainbow there. So yeah, if there's any thoughts on that, that would be good.
I think it's back to you, Catherine.
I guess it's a matter of opinion about the colour palette. I'm not seeing much. Well, I'm seeing an earthy image, and those tones which you're describing as muddy are working for me, and I'm seeing detail in there where I need to see it. In a way, you're right that there's a broad spectrum of colour in here, but I feel that the photographer's brought us that in a very cohesive way where it's just not fighting at all. And I totally agree about that little line through the hills. It provides that level of interest, that level of depth in there. For me, this is just very successful. As I said, I think in my original comments, I'm not travelling out the right-hand side. I'm coming back in, but I appreciate that you guys are. We're on an 85. I might be pushing this a bit with my gold, but let's make this a solid silver distinction if we can, and give this photographer a few more points.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Alrighty, you solidified it. 86, silver distinction. Okay, great conversations. Okay. Rightio, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. We're all happy with that? Yep. Tony, you'd like to challenge that?
I was intrigued because, and I gave it a silver because for me this did have a level of originality and it's an interesting mix of narrative and aesthetic. I enjoy the colours, I enjoy the mix of the bioluminescence that's presented to us in the water against the lighthouse or whatever that is emitting that light. I enjoy the darkness of the water. I love the leading lines that give us a pyramid shape that lead us to that central point, and that central point of the light brings us back to the bottom of the picture to enjoy the journey for a second and third time. There are elements that hold this back from being at a higher level for me. Perhaps the way the poles in the water appear almost over separated from the water, if that's a way of putting it. But again, I'm rewarding a level of originality, a shared perspective, a different narrative. It's not just a lighthouse on a hill shining a light. There's the lighthouse up against the bioluminescence and the way they work together, nature's light versus man's light. I see a whole bunch of stories in here, but it's presented in an aesthetic as well. So for me, there was enough going on here, enough elements to be rewarded at a reasonable level of 83, which is what I gave it.
Roger, you're at the other end of the scoring.
Yeah, look, I struggle with knowing where to pitch this image, if you like. And I was drawn to the same things Tony was in terms of the originality and the slightly confronting colour palette. What's held it back for me are some of the highlights in the water on the left-hand side. And also, the composition, I assume, is supposed to be symmetrical, but it's not quite. And I find that jarring. I don't know whether it's deliberate and part of the narrative I'm missing it, or it's just purely just an error at the time of taking it. So I put it at 77, which I thought was still a worthy award, but it wouldn't take too much to shove me up a couple of notches.
Okay, and from the middle, Mike, you indicated. Yep.
Yeah, I gave the 78, but Tony, the longer I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking it, which is great that you challenged it. So there is a couple of things that haven't been mentioned aesthetically, and that's that the light that's coming from, the green light that's coming through, isn't actually lighting any of those pillars. It's a totally different colour light, which is aesthetically wrong, but the brain candy that's been offered here is quite delicious.
Okay, yeah. Tony, I think it's back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I think when we look at the way the poles in the water are lit, we recognise there's a third source of light that we're not able to see. But I think sometimes it's that quirkiness that we can identify as originality and creativity, and I think it's that part of the aesthetic that I'm enjoying, that interesting mix of colour, and the way that green and blue, you know, what is it, blue and green should never be seen except without something in between or something. But sometimes you get away with it, and I think they get away with it here, he, she or they, because the water is so dark and deep and rich. We don't have another blue in there. They kind of remove that. So again, I see enough deliberate intent in this construct to feel like we deserve to award it. Yeah, I'd also encourage the photographer to go back and just work on a little bit more in finessing the edit, because I think you've got the potential for an even higher score. But at the moment, I'm asking for a silver award to reward what I've already said.
Okay, judges, please rescore. $81, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? Janine, you can take a break. Thank you for your effort. And Jackie, come on in. Rightio, we're all good to go. Let's have the next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. All happy with that? Okay, yep. All right, can I have a comment from somebody on the... Catherine, maybe.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful image, and I like the idea of having these dark green petals, which are on flowers, which is quite unusual, and then also really enjoying that little spray and tumble of the purple seedy things coming down from the top there. I guess to bring it higher, I'm just not sure. I sort of on the left hand side and the middle there and down the bottom, it's just kind of falling away. I'd like to see a little bit more detail there to keep you sort of cohesive. I'm sort of falling a little bit into that negative space, but I think it's a beautiful image with a great colour palette, and well done on your award.
Okay, great. Thank you for that feedback. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And can we have a comment from Mike?
Beautiful colours, but unfortunately the technique that's been applied isn't really appropriate to the subject. It needs to have a subject that's sympathetic with the technique to make it work.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments, Mike. And can we have the next print, please? Next print, please. Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Okay, fairly tight scoring through the middle there. So a comment from somebody, maybe Jackie?
Well done with this bronze, and I think it could have gone up into a higher level if the colour palette had been controlled a little bit more. Some of those greens are getting a little bit murky, but the structure and composition in here is quite delightful.
Great, thank you for the comments. And can we have next print, please? We've got a score of 82, the silver award. Catherine, you'd like to have a bit of a challenge?
I gave this an 87, silver distinction. I see this as a portrait, really. I'm seeing characters here, and such interesting characters, beautiful shapes, fantastic time of day to be shooting, fantastic simplicity yet complexity in the textures here. The colour palette's gorgeous, and I feel like it's been printed really beautifully. Yeah, I guess, you know, all of those things just squeaked it up. I'm not asking you for a high gold or anything like that, but I just think it's really quite stunning, and I guess the fact that I'm anthropomorphizing it maybe is adding it and bringing it into the silver distinction range. I think it's gorgeous.
Tony, you're at the other end of scoring.
I put this in the higher end of professional standard, or the highest end of professional standard, and just below award range. I felt that technically all the elements have been handled correctly. It's sharp, it's exposed well. The colour palette's soft. There's a slight lightening as we go towards the right, which drifts us out of the frame. Compositionally, I find it a little bit uncomfortable because the left-hand side, we've got to crop through some of those structures. On the right-hand side, we have space, and I feel like I want the photographer to open up the left a little bit or close up the right a little bit and help me know where I'm supposed to be looking, because at the moment I'm looking down the right-hand side of the frame where the brightness and the space is, and the left is almost irrelevant. I don't see creativity and imagination here. For me, having seen these type of scenes, it's a good professional photograph, and I say that respectfully because it is a very good professional photograph, but I'm looking and listening as to where the areas are that I can award, so I am listening.
Mike, representing the middle.
I gave this 84. I'm actually going to go up, mainly because of the sort of potential mythology that's been suggested. I looked at this and I can see a goblin, something sort of, which is, you know, it's an imagination. So what the photographer's given me is a chance to use my imagination. And so that's the gift that's been given. And that's what I'm reacting to. And I think it's been done incredibly well.
Did you have something you add, Roger?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I'm more with Tony, really. I don't feel the photographer has quite nailed it. I'm guessing he's intending to separate the main subject, if you like, from the background, but he actually doesn't on the left-hand side. It's just touching. And if it's touching, why is it touching? What's the connection? What's that narrative about? So I can't help but feel that it's... If you were in that place, that's probably the standard shot that you would take. So it's beautiful, it's exquisite, but it hasn't got that originality that I think you're... And for me, it feels as if, in terms of the post-production, it hasn't quite been given enough life, just a little bit sort of flat. So I think it probably sits in the silver range, but silver distinction, I think's need convincing.
Catherine, back to you.
I don't have a lot more to add. I was hoping that nobody would mention that little touching, but I do see that. I see it. I guess I'm just hoping that you can come up a couple more points for this photographer if you can see fit to do so.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. Silver distinction, 85. Okay, great conversation. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. And Tony, yes, you'd like to challenge this?
Yeah, I'll challenge this. I gave it 87. I thought it was a little bit more than a silver for me. I love that, you know, when we take on concepts like this, to make them quite clear for everybody to quickly look at it and understand that we're looking at, you know, man-made trees versus nature's made trees, and the flipping, you know, the negative side of what we do in terms of building all this industry. And I find it as a very simple, I was going to say floating concept, no pun intended, but I just find it a very simple symbology. It could be a little more refined in the crop. I find it's just a tad too much at the top and right for me. Maybe that's because of the angle I'm sitting. I find the colour palette works really well for me, although there's a little bit of darkness in the left corner and up the left edge. So some of that little things are just holding me back from what would be a much higher score. The green in the middle gives a message of hope underneath those trees. So for me, there's this originality and imagination that's been presented to us in a very simple construct, in a very simple composition. Yeah, with a few little ragged edges, but not enough for me to want to not award, but enough for me to stay out of 90. But I still see plenty to award, and I've given it an 87 for those reasons.
Mike, at the other end of score.
I didn't dislike this image. I gave it 77. Happy to come up to a silver, but not a high silver. I find that, okay, the concept is what it's about, but it's not strong enough. It could be much stronger in terms of there's a muddiness about it. There's not a strength to it. I don't feel they're committed to this revolution of let's bring back the green. It's the background colour is sort of like it's almost a muddy yellow, and it doesn't reinforce a protest. There is a lack of protest in here somehow, and it's that lack of protest that made me not support it as much as I could have.
From the middle, well, can we have Roger?
Look, I'm with Tony on 87. I rewarded the originality, really, and the narrative. And I'm prepared to forgive the muddiness. I mean, maybe that's part of the narrative anyway, because it's, you know, power is dirty, isn't it? It's dirty and filthy, and it's not about perfection. So I agree. It's, if it had some of those things, it'd be up at a goal. But it's, I don't, you know, I'd support it going to silver distinction, really, on the concept.
Okay, back to you, Tony.
Really interesting comments, and Mike, I think what you've helped me understand is the choices made here. If we had a brighter more cleaner white in that background, then those telegraph poles wouldn't stand out as much as they do. I enjoy the choice to make them white. There's no life in them. There's nothing of value in that white. There's zero value. I like the quiet statement. It's not about nature's never going to win over man by coming out with a iron fist. It's man's iron fist that's stuffing it up. And I like the gentle voice that nature presents to us here. And I enjoy the fact that the photographers use that soft, misty feel to say, if we just stop, nature will find its way through. Now, I'm finding a narrative here, we'll all find our own, but I'm finding an explanation for that mid-tone white, if you like, to allow the white of those telegraph poles to be seen, but not seen, because there's no value in that. Nature's quietly making its statement, and the choice to have nature on top is the one that I think is the positive message. So, am I reading too much? Well, again, we're asked to interpret photographs, and I think as a piece of communication, that's the language that I'm interpreting and what's coming through for me. So I've given it a silver distinction. I'm asking you to consider that.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you've done it. 86, silver distinction. Okay, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And Tony, just take a break. And Matt, if you can come in. It's only going to be briefly, but okay. And if we can have the next print, please. Okay, currently have a score of 88, which is silver distinction. We've got, yes, Matt, you've got the...
All right, so I put this into gold, and the reason for that is hopefully I'm using the right name. It's been a while since I've picked up shells on the beach in New Zealand, but I'm seeing like a power shell, is that it? A power or something? Those shells with that beautiful glistening inside to them. And that's what I'm seeing here, and then at the bottom of it I'm seeing the waves kind of pushing around that shell as it's on the beach, and different scales and the crests of the ocean and waves, and there's just so much atmosphere in that. And then at the top I'm seeing this kind of ethereal quality of the water as it's being pulled back into the ocean. And there's this beautiful golden tone that's in the center. Even as an abstract, if you don't have all of that story, there's still such a striking beauty about this image, just a lot of subtlety, beautiful tones, treating that gold with the greys. That's a great color combination as well. So let's discuss it.
Roger, you're down the other end of scoring.
Yeah, I scored an 83. I see all the things that you see. I guess I was struggling more. There's two things I was struggling with really. One was a strong narrative, and a likeness to a seashell wasn't enough for me really, but I'm prepared to listen. And then the other thing was just the jarring of the sharp against the soft blur at the top. I'm unresolved in my mind whether I like that or not. So yeah, if I can get some resolution from you guys on those things, that would be helpful.
Mike, you're up near Matt.
Yeah, I gave this 92. I saw this more as an oyster than a power shell, which made me hungry. And the other thing that's happening in here is there's a visual depth, and I feel this is a three-dimensional look at this beach. I'm feeling I'm looking from a surface down underneath the surface as well. It's in a pool of water, and it's, as you suggested, that the wash of the ocean coming in from the top is the thing that's giving it more depth as well. So I think it's incredibly sophisticated visual that's communicated very strongly, and I've got the ability of going up with my gold, so I'm considering that.
Jackie?
I was a chicken at 86, and so I'm feeling gold too. As my interpretation as a woman, I can feel as being a womb, and there's a pressing down there of some kind of birth, and that's where the pressure line is, where the high contrast area, and it's beautifully represented in that way. So yeah, I'm going up to gold.
Catherine, did you have anything to add? It seems we're talking gold. No? Yeah.
Yeah, I was 87, definitely coming to gold as well. Totally agree, Jack. That point of the contrast there, which is also the richest point of the colour, is just absolutely beautiful. There's a lot going on in this image, but that's giving you that real focus. I saw the power shells too. Yeah, I'm coming to gold.
Matt, back to you.
With respect to Rod Drummond, I addressed the points that you've made anyway. So in terms of the narrative, I think Jackie brought some beautiful thoughts to that. But I think in terms of a landscape category, even if it were just the narrative of a shell on a beach, to present that from an aerial perspective and take an aerial landscape but then twist it into something that's really small and delicate on a beach, I think that in itself is a really sophisticated vision from the photographer. And I think we've all talked about the water, it adds depth, but the contrast of having that beautiful texture at the bottom and the waves breaking, and then having the different aspect of the water where it's pooling around the object at the top and it's giving us a completely different profile of texture, I think that just really adds to the beauty of it. So I think we could all be talking about going to gold, and I'd love to see that happen.
Okay, judges, please rescore. '93, Gold Award. Great conversations. Okay, thank you very much for all that. Okay. Now, if we just take a small breath, and next sprint, please. Okay, we've got a score of 80, Silver Award. Okay, Mike, comment for the...
Yeah, just a point to improve this. I think it's a wonderful image that has been let down by overproduction and post-production. That foreground needs to be aesthetically slightly darker and less contrasty to match in with the environment. So just be a little bit softer with your post-production.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have next print, please? Next print, please. Hello. Okay, we've got a score of 70, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment for the photographer somewhere along the line there? Catherine, I'm going to pick on you.
This is quite an intriguing image, and I'm enjoying the colour palette. I do find it a little flat in the printing. I'm just not sure that the subject matter is really working so well with this. It's just it turns into a little bit of a jumble with the floating trees there, also quite top heavy. I just encourage the photographer to keep playing with this idea, and yeah, I think you're gonna. Yeah, sorry, just keep going.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. All right, and can we have a comment from somebody? Jackie?
Exquisite colour, the vibration of those little blue peaks and the orange perfectly balanced. To take it any further, yeah, well, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe if I could read a little bit more of a narrative and story into it, but it's just enjoyable as all the different shapes. That's for me, but great.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Can we have a blank screen for a moment? Yeah, we're going to have to, Matt, you're going to have to jump out. It was just a brief interlude. Okay, and we're going to have to bring in Rebecca. Okay. Okay. Get signed in, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Okay, happy with that. Okay, can we have a comment from somebody? Roger?
It's exquisite, really. The placement or the capturing of the birds, that's done to perfection. What held it back a bit for me was just I seem to lose the detail in the peaks in the distance, but overall there's a real sense of peace and nature and gentleness to it, really. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction, but we've got 2 up there. Yep, Roger.
I thought I'd be brave with this one. It's it's such an understated, ordinary scene that the photographer has deliberately chosen the viewpoint in a really unusual, imaginative way that provides a narrative. And to me, it's the narrative of the mother tree and the baby trees, really. And the baby trees are off on a bit of a journey, and your mother's hand's coming down to hang on a minute, don't go too far because it's snowy out there and you might not get back. And it's just beautifully done. It's just so simple. The choices are made. You know, we're only showing the bottom of the tree, but it allows us to imagine what's beyond. And it's total separation of all the subjects, and yet there's a connection. So it's a really understated piece of beauty that's got real originality, in my opinion.
Jackie, down the other end.
Yeah, I was held back a little bit. I was on 82, and I think it was something about this tonality through the middle. I just wanted to get a bit more of that warmth, but I'm hearing everything and I can see everything that you're celebrating in gold, and I'm just going to keep listening to the rest of the team.
Okay, I'll just go to Catherine first.
Yeah, I gave this a 90. I'm in the gold range with this as well. I don't need any warmth in this particular snowy scene. I also saw little trees making a run for it, and I loved that narrative. For me, I didn't see that as the mother's hand coming down. I did see it as a parent tree, but I guess I was seeing a sort of temporal dimension in this, that this was somebody else in the process of making a break for it as well. You know, this one's coming down and running too. So I got a depth in time as well. And I just am really appreciating the simplicity of this image, the narrative. There's a real power in the simplicity. Beautiful printing. The detail is just exquisite, and use of negative shapes. Yeah, gorgeous baby trees. What's not to love? Gold.
Mike? Yeah.
I gave this 87. I'm definitely going up to gold. What I'm really enjoying is the brightest part of the picture is in the center, and that's what drags your eye through the image. It's not just one-dimensional, it's very three-dimensional. And it's that visual depth that's giving it that extra gold part for me. So well done, challenging.
Rebecca, anything to add? Because we're talking gold.
Yeah, I popped this on 83 because it's just, I find it really humorous and sweet. And it will be coming up probably more into the distinction range. In the landscape open category, you do have the opportunity to, remove what have you. And there is just some big, quite dark smudges that are part of the landscape just in the back of the tree. So to the right, there's quite a dark one there, and there's also one further up the trunk. And I just, for going gold, I just would like to see that really clean, because everything else in the image is immaculate and beautifully handled. And I just unfortunately, that's what I go to. But yeah, it's just so sweet. Yeah, I see the little trees running away.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
I wish you hadn't pointed that out. Perhaps they're just snowflakes, Look, I think this is a piece of beauty, really, and originality, and I ask you to reward it for that, so you know what you've got to do. Thank you.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 90, gold award. Thank you for that. And yep. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And yeah, yes, well, there's two of you that could do it, but Rebecca, yeah, you'll go for it.
Does everyone see the chipmunk? Brilliant. And for me, comedy and the lines coming out like little wings. I think mirroring images, you know, can be successful or unsuccessful, and in this case it has been successful. Probably just to give it a little bit more and to go up a little bit more, I probably would have been looking just for something, just one tiny difference there. But yeah, I think it's been beautifully handled, and that bright blue sky and the comedy factor to create that beautiful shape, those leading lines coming in. Yeah, I think it's wonderful. I think it's deserving of silver. It's unique.
Jackie, you're down the other end of things.
I was on 74, just on the edge of bronze, partly because of the muddiness, where the tones have come together in the main subject of the image, which I believe is the tree, the hedgehog or whatever. You know, I thought there was a lot of potential here, but it hadn't been quite finished off. And then in this category, you can bring some of those original elements in just to give a little bit more clarity to what you want to say. And to stop it just being about the technique and the flipping. There's quite a lot of technique in here instead of it being, for me, the actual story.
Mike, you're at the top.
I gave this a silver. It's an appropriate technique for me. Without the technique, we wouldn't have the humour. So on that count, I think it works, and worth a silver.
Okay, nothing else to add? Okay, Rebecca, back to you.
I see the muddiness there, and yeah, again, if that was handled a little bit better, I would have gone a bit higher. We're looking for 1 point to bring it into silver. I think it's deserving for comedy and the beautiful tones going in through the middle there, and yeah, it's well done.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, 80, silver award. All right, and can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're going to do a little change. Mike, you can have a break. Matt, if you'd like to come in. Okay. And we're all good to go. So, can we have the next print, please? Okay, I currently have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. But Matt wants to jump on this.
Yeah, I scored this into the gold range. What I saw that might help is, I don't know if, hopefully I've got the right name, but a kangaroo paw plant, where they have that curved kind of seed pod, and then those orange flowers emerge. And I feel like this is just starting to bud, and you can just see the hint of orange as it's leaving the plant there. But that potential narrative aside, the texture is stunning, color palette is beautiful and subtle. You could see it even as like a blue flame in the center if you wanted to take it a completely different direction and then have like a wick of orange flame coming off of that. It's beautifully balanced. there's just so much going on here, so I think it's worth sitting with for a moment and discussing.
Jackie, you're down near the other end.
On the edge of silver distinction, and partly it was where that flame is. There's a smudgy area that doesn't feel like it's been thought through. That could have been dealt with just to take my eye not into that area where there's maybe that's a bit of the calmness. But I'm listening to all the other narratives and I'm really enjoying that. I was a bit concerned about there being a sense of two images, one at the bottom and then one going right to the top, and how they pull together as one. If you can talk about that, I'll be coming up.
Roger from the middle. Yeah.
Look, I thought this was a beautiful image, and I fell in love with the colour palette, really. And I think it sits at silver distinction. I think to get to gold, it's got to have that extra something. I'm not sure it quite has. From a compositional point of view, the curve on the bottom right, I find my eye comes to it and is dragged off to the side. I'm sure if you get the impression that with a slightly wider angle or something, yeah, it could have been included. That's only a small thing. So I think it sits comfortably in the silver distinction, but I need some convincing as to why it sits over and, in what's the extra factor that would take it into gold.
Rebecca's got something to say.
Always. Agree with Roger that composition on the right's just taking you out, but there is a beautiful, beautiful bird head, face, soft beak, and I believe if this was put on its side and we could enjoy that it's so perfect, sort of flying into the image, I would absolutely be on gold. So I just kept going to that. So anyway.
Anything to add, Catherine? Since we're talking gold. No, nothing to add. No, that's all right. Matt, back to you.
I'll just address some of those comments. So the bird is flying upwards into the frame. I can't actually see the bird, but if you can imagine it flying upwards, that would be fantastic. Yeah, in terms of having the upper part of the frame there, I think if we didn't have that, we'd kind of be hoping for a little bit more space. And I feel like perhaps if you're interpreting it as a flame, that could be the heat kind of distorting the air around that flame as well. That's a potential way that you could take that. The green in the bottom right corner, that did kind of disturb me a little bit as well when I came up to the print, but I do feel that it almost kind of counterbalances that curve of green on the left-hand side of the center subject. So I'm not completely against it, and I do feel including it probably would have created too broad a composition, and excluding it would have been too tight. So I think having it there but just softening it down, as the photographer may have done, is a really authentic way to treat the aerial landscape. And just because we're in an open category doesn't necessarily mean that everything's kind of been composited together. I can't really read into what's real and what's not real, but I just think we've kind of had three different ways of interpreting this aerial photograph, and I think that's pretty wonderful. So if you can come up to gold, that would be great.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 88, silver distinction. Okay, great. Thank you for that. And we're just going to have a blank screen for a moment. And Roger, you can take a break. Chris, come on in. Okay, and if we're all good to go, next print, please. Okay, we got a score of 80, silver award. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? From Catherine, you've looked at me.
Well done on your silver. This is quite an intriguing image and yeah, quite creative in the use of all the triangles. I'm sort of seeing very Māori related colours in the triangles in the centre there, so it's sort of making me think of mana whenua in relationship to the land and the sea and mountains. I think in order to strengthen it, some of the areas are a little bit, some of the biggest triangles, the one on the left there has no detail at all in it, and I do find the out of focus ones, the blurry ones in front of the sea, quite a distraction. But yeah, great work, congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And we'll just have a blank screen for a moment because we'll actually give you a break, Catherine. Thank you. And Mika, come on in. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And can we have a comment from somebody along the floor? I'm looking right at the end. Sorry, Rebecca. Yep.
Beautiful colour palette here. It's just really heavy, and there's just, I just get sort of sucked into those blacks and darks, and perhaps a little bit more movement and the in-camera movement would just create a little bit more of a flow. It's quite sort of jaggedy and just, yeah, but keep going.
Rightio. Okay, thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Yeah, bronze award. Mika has thrown out the challenge.
I'm on 81. I just popped it up into silver because I really appreciate the photographer's intent, what I perceive as the photographer's intent here to show the land-based and sky-based and ocean-based environment of the birds depicted in this image, and I think it's quite successfully communicated that to me. The layering can be waves, it can be mountains, it can be clouds, and I really appreciated those two birds up in the, let's say, sky part of the image that really are the key to understanding the cacophony of what we're looking at. There's actually quite a peaceful busyness to this, and I think that's quite difficult to achieve. So yeah, I'm on 81 and I'd like to hear what others think about it.
Matt, you're at the other end.
Yeah, the other end is 77, so pretty good. I saw all of those things and put it into bronze, but what held me back from the next range in silver was the dark edge on that right-hand side. It kind of goes from light to dark on the right there, and also the slightly tepid green tones that are towards the bottom of the image. That kind of just didn't feel like they fit with the color palette of the rest of the image, but I did immensely value the different takes on bird life, and I thought that was really well done.
Yeah, Jackie?
Just from my point of view, I agree. It would have been silver for me if the hard lines, the composite, if they had been softened down and melded into that landscape, I would have been there for sure. But just those crisp hard lines, that's what held me back.
Yep, jump on in there, Rebecca.
I'm 82 silver, so I'm in support of this, and I think that when you create an image like this that can also be looked at as an aerial, so for me, I'm actually looking at that bright space in the middle, and I actually see a river flowing through with the land on either side, and then flowing off into the distance. So I see all of what Mika's saying, as well as that additional perspective and feeling. So I think it's really successful, hence 82.
Okay, Mika, back to you.
We're not too far off silver, and just to address a couple of concerns that people have, I actually really appreciated those strong lines, those strong areas, because the photo, I think, would be just too busy without that strength of separation and giving us a little bit of peace in the centre, to particularly from a distance, to rest your eye on. I'm not seeing the darkness that you're talking about on the right, but the green, to me, that's the key for the grass, the land-based part of the image. But to marry land, sky and sea in quite a busy way that also has that peace and that, the flight of the birds, I just think that's really quite complex and quite difficult to achieve, and I think it's quite successful. I also want to draw your attention to the centre bit. It could be waves, it could be mountains, but there's clouds floating there, or spray floating there. So I think all of the messaging is quite consistent, and I think it's a quite successful image. So I think 81 silver is the right score.
Okay, let's rescore. $80, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. Nice conversations. And can we just have a blank screen for a moment? And we are going to do a double judge swap. So Rebecca and Jackie, you can take a break. Rachel and Peter, come on in. Peter, it's going to be another fleeting one. Are we ready? Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a 76 bronze award. Fairly tight scoring there. Can I have a comment from somebody? Mika?
This is a great moody landscape, and you certainly get a feeling from the ominousness of that sky. The foreground is quite bright in comparison, and I feel like had that been a little bit dulled down, that would make that would allow your eye to roam more around in the centre of the image, which is where all the drama is happening.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And Peter, you'd like to jump on this?
I'll challenge it since I'm not going to be up here for too long. I guess I'm a little bit tainted, I suppose, by watching the other photograph judged, which was very similar. And I sat there and looked at this and I thought, I can see people talking this into a bronze, I can see people talking this up into a high silver and maybe even to a gold. I feel that mid-tone contrast could be the secret to perhaps getting all of the tonality to work properly. But I scored it in the silver range, and so having done that, I feel I should tell you why I did it.
Okay, Mika, down the other end of scoring.
I scored this 74 high professional practice because I think the technique has been used well, but I feel like my eye is drawn to the outer edges of the frame quite strongly, and that takes my eye out. There is that strong diagonal in the foreground that I'm appreciating, but particularly up in the sky, my eye's just leaving the frame. And there's a little bit of, I hate using this word, but there's really not another word to use for it. There's a little bit of muddiness in the colours that is really kind of dulling the emotion that I'm getting from this scene. So that's why I scored a high professional practice, but I will definitely listen to what everyone else has to say.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, I was in bronze for many of those reasons, but I think I also struggle with the light at the edges of the frames, but then I felt like that light actually pulls you from one side of the frame to the other and draws you through the darker center. So you kind of have that light, dark light as you travel back and forth. So that wasn't too much of a concern for me.
Okay, Peter, back to you.
No, I think it's all been said. I understand. It's a challenging image to judge.
Okay, let's read score. $78, bronze award. Good feedback anyway for the photographer. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got an award. We've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. Mika, you'd like to challenge this?
I hope no one's going to get sick of me doing this, but I think this is really innovative and exciting, and I really love the choice of the colours. This is all photographic, but to me this is a painting. This photographer has cleverly chosen a whole heap of different earthy colour tones, including grass, including rocks, even the purpling in the peaks, and then you've got these beautiful, beautiful sky and ocean colours, and I really am appreciating the white lines that define those areas that make it, well, it could be single dimensional, but I'm still getting that real strong sense of dimensionality, and the print quality is fantastic. So I'd like to hear some comments and perhaps come up with some responses to why people are not up with me.
Matt, you're down the bottom end.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the bottom end is still silver, so that's pretty good. Yeah, just to maybe add some context, it looks like there's been in-camera movement photos that have been used to create the textures and layers. If anyone was wondering about that, I'm sure you read that. And I think the photographers created real depth throughout the photograph by using those lighter colours, particularly on the right. You could almost imagine like they're different areas of farmland and then escalating into the mountains and in the sky. So I think that's really well done, and that's why I gave it silver. I think in terms of going higher, I feel like maybe there's a slight imbalance in the composition that's been created, and maybe it might have been nice to see a little bit of detail kind of tucked away somewhere within the image, but it's one of those images that you could really take anywhere and interpret any way you want, so I'll be listening.
Chris?
The more I sit looking at this, the more I love it. Yeah, I'll be coming up to even silver distinction. So I was down on 80, 84 just below. So I think just having sat and spent time with it, I think it's the technique it could almost be in a creative division as well. It's incredibly innovative. And it's just a beautiful piece. It would sit just beautifully in a corporate setting or on somebody's wall at home. It's just a really beautiful piece of art.
Ika, I think it's back to you.
I'm not hearing much to combat my...
I think you're given a chance.
Oh.
Oh.
No, I'm fine, Mika. You go for it.
Okay.
Did you have something to add?
In terms of the colour balance, I think it's beautifully balanced. I mean, when you look out over a landscape that involves a body of water, it is really wonderful to see where it intersects the land, and I think the photographer has cleverly depicted that. I feel like the brightness of the water at bottom left has been beautifully complemented by the grey that the photographer has chosen to use for that top part of the image. Thank you for mentioning the in-camera movement. I forgot to mention that bit, but I think that's another strength of the image because it's another layer of technical proficiency. But yeah, I think this is much more than proficient, which is why I've put in silver distinction. And as Chris said, it's a work of art, and I think we should reward that.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay, we've got 85, silver distinction. Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. And we're happy with that? Yep. Okay. Oh, you want to challenge it? Yep. Okay, go. Rachel,
I scored this 82 in silver. What took it into silver for me was the feeling that I get from what I am reasonably confident is the prow of a waka coming through in the left-hand side, and the way that the photographers captured it with the face towards the opening, towards the sky, made me think of the very early Māori navigators and how they would have got here by looking to those heavens at night, and it sort of made me think about some of the things they may have seen, which could have been an aurora like this, and that's what nudged it into the silver range for me.
Okay, and down the other end, Matt.
I was in professional practice for a few reasons. I think one is the paper choice. I think the choice of paper is just beautiful for the sky itself, but I think it draws too much attention to the inside of a structure by having such a speckly paper highlighting all of the dark areas where there is no detail to look at. And also perhaps they could have used a technique such as maybe some simple light painting or something to sculpt and work with that sculpture, which is such an integral part of the messaging of this image, to bring that out more, whereas we only just get kind of like a flash on the face from some sort of ambient light source behind the photographer that illuminates that area. So I feel like I get the story and why those things are included, but I feel like there's a visual distance between those elements that doesn't quite sit well.
Got a few in the middle. Peter, any comments?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit on your side there, Matt. I can actually envisage this as a big print in a gallery, and you walk in and it's 2 by 3 metres or whatever, and I think it would have a lot of impact in that way. But I come back to the question, why am I looking at the inside of the roof so much? And I get it, but I just don't know whether at this size and in this context it's working strongly enough. But I can understand why you're on a silver, so I get it, but I just don't think I'm there.
Rachel, I think it's back to you.
I don't know why I put my glasses on to use the microphone. I think that it's quite common for the waka to be sheltered and protected, and the photographer... Wait for that. The photographer probably didn't have a lot of choice in and around that. I agree that there could have been some light painting to highlight the figure of the prow a little bit more. And the paper choice, I feel like there's potentially another artistic reason for that. It escapes me, so I can't really give any feedback on it, but I just felt that the way that the face is looking towards that opening in the sky, just looking for the stars so that they can find their way, brought it into silver for me.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, good conversation. We're on 77, bronze award. Plenty of feedback for the photographer. Okay, thank you for that. And we'll do this one more. Yep. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 73, which is a professional standard. And we're all happy with that. Can we have a comment from somebody? Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, I think the photographers use the composition quite well in this image to the building hills towards the structure in the center is actually quite beautiful. I think the whole thing is perhaps a little bit too bright and overlit. Perhaps if it was darkened down a little bit and then you use some nuance to highlight certain areas, that could bring a lot of dimensionality and mood to the image.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Can we just hold on for a second, people? Okay, we just need to. Can we check the orientation of this print, please? It's okay? All right, thank you. Okay, we've got 80 silver award. Okay, can we have a comment? Megan?
I think this is really quite innovative, and I'm really getting the sense of a windmill and air and sky and cloud, and I think all of that works really, really well. I think the circular matting works great as well. The bottom area where there is some dimensionality in the colour, so some different tonal range in those blues, has worked really well, but that's not present in the top part of the image, and I feel that if the photographer had done the same kind of thing in the top as in the bottom, I would have gone higher on this print.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we just have a blank screen for a moment? Just going to do a double judge change. So Peter and Chris, you guys are going to get a break. Okay. All right. And Jackie. And sorry guys, just a small admin thing going on here. Let's go, Roger. Okay. Sorry about that. And can we have the next print, please? Good. Okay, we've got a score of 73, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment from somebody? Yep, Matt.
Yeah, I think the technique is interesting to create a hustle and bustle of this urban environment. On the right-hand side, there's a lot of kind of resting spots that you can look at. At the left-hand side, there's not so much of that. and then I came across interesting wording. So I think when you're using this technique, you might want to check that some of the words that come out in the image are what you're intending. Perhaps it is.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Mike. Matt. All right, and can we have the next print, please? Okay, we currently have a score of 87, which is a silver distinction, but Roger?
We've seen a lot of these today, so it's becoming hard, but I gave this a 90. Look, I see a sort of roadie. There's that beautiful sort of curvy line that leads you through, which seems like it's lined by trees. It could be a river as well, I suppose. And then there's like a wee hillock on for the first time I saw it, I thought it was a building, like a wee village on the way of the road. But as I went back, it still could be, but it was like a wee hill or something with sort of copse, if you like. So I'm loving the sort of the narrative, but in the context of an aerial, and the tonings and the colour palette is really quite subtle. So I think it does elevate in terms of originality and creativity. So I'm interested in your feedback, really.
Okay, the spread's not that much, but Mika, you're at the bottom end of it.
Yeah, I scored at 85, so silver with distinction. And I really appreciate the earthy tones at the bottom and the sky tones at the top. And the photographer has cleverly depicted trees on hills with sky and earth. However, I'm just looking for something, I don't know, I shouldn't be looking for something more, but I'm seeing that and I'm appreciating that and I'm awarding that with a silver with distinction. But to take it to gold, I think probably the thing that's holding me back most is the flatness of the colour with the blues. I don't know. I'm getting wind in the sky, but those blues, they're a bit flat. So if that were addressed, then I would certainly be up with you. And I'm listening very hard.
Okay, Matt from the. Yep.
Yeah, I was in between those two scores for both reasons, but I'd add kind of the flatness on not just the blues, but the left and right-hand sides. It's almost like there's been the most gentle vignette put onto the centre, or highlighting in the centre to highlight those two trees, hills. But those elements are strong enough just in their structure that they don't need to be the only thing highlighted. If that same lighting were carried through the entire curve, through the left to the right of the image, I think that would make it stronger. We are talking gold, so I am very picky. I think it's superb at 87.
Okay, do we have anything else to add? No, Roger, looks like it's back to you.
You know, as I sit here and sort of ponder, it's got sort of echoes of cave art as well. It's got that sort of rusticness, earthiness, primalness about it. So I think in the context of a cave, you know, you're going to have shadow and darks and vignettes and lights. So I think that's acceptable. I think it's quite beautiful, really. So I urge you all to come up.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, you solidified it, 88, silver distinction. Okay, right, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 80, silver award. Okay, and can we, Matt wants to jump in on the comment?
Yeah, I scored it at 82, and part of that was I felt that, well, there's a beautiful luminance and delicateness to the feathers in the foreground here, and it almost gives the impression of like ballet, and it has references to that. I feel like the bit that's maybe not quite as convincing is what's happening in the background at the shoreline there. Perhaps if that was amplifying that message rather than taking you to a different place, that would strengthen it even further.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, can I have a comment from somebody? Maybe Jackie, we haven't heard from you for a
Me
while.
for a while. Yes, well done. I mean, the colours, the technique is suitable for this landscape, but perhaps take it to the next level would be to emphasise maybe the more ethereal part of it. I found the contrast a little bit hard in those darks on the right bottom and the light sky, but merging those and maybe adding another layer would strengthen this.
Great, thank you, Jackie. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. We'll head with that. Okay, so can we get a comment? Matt, you seem to...
Yeah, the photographers captured the aurora australis really beautifully here. I think the shutter speed has both been the good thing and potentially part of the bad thing here. The shutter speeds allowed them to catch those perfectly structured beams in the sky. However, it does mean that we have less ambient light in the foreground, and perhaps using a new introduced source of ambient light just to soften up the blacks a little, add some texture into those areas that would lift it higher.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently we've got a score of 86, which is a silver distinction. Yes, Jackie?
So, yeah, I scored at 92 into the gold. Just the powerful nature of colour, the celebration of that and texture, its strength, its muscles, it's an eel, its mouth, but I just felt strength all the way through it. And the narrative within that, there's landscape perhaps in that you can read into it. You can read trees, but I just thought that the strength of that for me really pulled me, and I went into the gold.
Rachel, you're down the other end of things.
Yeah, I scored this 82 silver. I may have been a bit mean, but I don't know that I can come into gold. I enjoy everything that Jackie has mentioned about it, but I feel like when I get in there, I either want more detail within that colour, or there's actually too much processing in the trees and the story. There was a bit of a crunchiness. I felt like there could be another narrative when I got closer that was like in relation to damage from fire or something like that. But I just didn't get it because the blacks are just so heavy and crunchy.
Mika?
I'm seeing both sides. The only reason that I wasn't up in gold is because there is a lack of detail in those highlight areas, and I feel like for gold that really needs to be controlled a little bit better. But I think the painterliness of this, the vibrance of it, that is fantastic, and that's why I've put it in silver with distinction.
Matt, quickly.
Yeah, I kind of saw it almost like storybook illustration, and that kind of helped with the colours for me. It was actually quite joyous to see something so vibrant, but didn't feel oversaturated because the colours are contributing to the subject. I saw an elephant trunk kind of coming down and feeling its way into the image. But what held me back was the treatment of the colours within the white area, particularly in the top right. There's really crunchy bits of red, and I felt like they didn't need to be quite as crunchy as they are.
Okay, Jackie, back to you.
Yeah, I'm feeling that's not where you're supposed to look. You're not supposed to enjoy those details because it's all about the strength of the shape within the yellow. Yeah, don't try and read too much into it. Just enjoy the space and those colours. I think it has an enduring quality, and that's where the gold sits for me. And I could certainly have this on a wall and just be absorbed into it, and standing back, not going so close. That the specklediness and the white's blown out and the black's black. It's because it's deliberate. The whites there are giving the space that the yellow demands.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Ooh, 89 silver distinction, but we're now in a review situation because we're on that cusp. So let me just push the button. And then judges, we either need an 89 or a 90. '89 silver distinction. Congratulations. Great, thank you for that. Just a blank screen for a moment. And Matt, you can have a break. Mike, hopefully that caffeine hasn't worn off yet. All right, and if we're ready to go, let's have the next image, please. That got up there, cool. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Mike, like to jump on?
Yep, I gave this 87. I actually think it's slightly superior to that, and even though there are a few things that I could say I would improve, I feel the aesthetic of it's close enough to be a high silver. The glow of the hut is just a little bit bright, but I think without the hut there, or without it illuminated, the image would be empty. That's your foreground focus. The background astro is just absolutely amazing. Enough detail in the blacks. In fact, it's just the subtlety of the aesthetic is keeping it out of even higher than what I'm wanting, which is a silver with distinction. Just have a think about it.
Rachel.
Yeah, I gave this a high bronze. I'm happy to come up into silver, but I don't know about silver with distinction. The right-hand side, I don't feel like that's entirely necessary. It doesn't add anything. It just pulls me out of the frame. Absolutely agree with the hut and the Milky Way arch and everything like that, but that right-hand side's just taking away from that for me.
Okay, the middle is very tightly clumped. Roger.
Look, I scored it 81. I reiterate Rachel's comments about the right side. The other thing is it's kind of it's an exercise in symmetry, surely, with the Milky Way, and the hut's not in the centre. Maybe that creates tension, but I'm not convinced. So I think it's to get into silver distinction, the graphic elements need to fit well. So I think it sits solid in the silver, but to take me to silver distinction, I think you need to address the right-hand side and the placement of the hut.
Okay, Mike, back to you.
Yeah, totally accept your points of view, but I actually disregarded those points of view for gold as opposed to silver with distinction. So it's just a matter of the amounts that we're talking about. I think it's a very, very strong photograph on the left-hand side that is deserving of the distinction. If they'd done what you suggest, I would be going for gold, not for silver with distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Stand by. Try now. Try now. Stand by. We might need to get a little bit of tech help with this. Okay, I think we're sorted that. So Mike's already put in his correct score, so that's good. Just, I think all we need is, yeah, Rachel. Yeah, your new score. Okay, awesome. Okay, so 84, silver award. Okay, sorry about that. Little. Okay, so just waiting for it to finalise before we continue. Okay, no, we're all good. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. Happy with that? Okay. And can we have a comment from somebody? Jackie?
Yeah, this kind of cyanotype blue is quite apt for the photograph. The layering together got a little bit confusing though, and I think less would be more. Maybe a crop to the vertical to celebrate the trees coming up. And there's a little black dot in the middle where the blacks are overlapping. It's a bit distracting.
Okay, great. Thanks for the feedback. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 81, which is a silver award. All right, can I get a comment from somebody? Mika?
I really like the glitteriness of the repetitiveness of those trees in the background. It's almost like they're shimmering, and that was the part I enjoyed most about the image. The idea of a crop circle came up mainly because that central tree-like object is tree-like, but also disappearing a little. I felt like that was probably the main subject, and for it to be a stronger image, I felt like that main subject needed to be more defined. But it's a great use of the technique, and yeah, I love those glittery trees.
Alrighty, thank you, Mika, for those comments. Okay, and can we just have a blank screen for a moment while we actually are going to give you a break, Mika? So, Janine, come on in. Yeah, sorry, sorry, Janine. Catherine? Missed that. Right. Ah. Right, okay. All right, so can we have the next print, please? Okay, we got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And, yep, Roger has priority, but it's up to either of you.
We'll tag team.
Yep.
Look, I scored this 82. I thought it was a clever study, really, in light and dark and contrast and shapes. And I think everything's been put there deliberately. It almost had a sort of cubist feel to me, really. But the inclusion of the moon is the cherry on the cake. But you know, on first glance, that white square of brightness on the left shouldn't be there. But actually, it balances everything else. So I think the photographer has brought something to the party here in terms of their interpretation of that particular mundane collection of concrete to create something a bit more.
Okay, Jackie, you're down the other end of...
I was on 74. I felt it was a missed opportunity. That that black shape at the bottom should have, for my eye, to be balanced, needed to be, this needed to be a square. I needed more of that solidness at the bottom. And maybe the moon, actually being so small, became a distraction. So if the longer lens, a study, and being able to be back and then zooming in, it would have compressed that a bit more, made it bigger. So that's where I was left. That it was almost done, but just missed out. But I'm listening.
Rebecca?
Perhaps this was personal for me, but I was recently on a hut in Mount Cook, and one of my favourite parts of the day was watching the sun rise and the shadow of the mountains behind darkening the hills, the mountains in front of me, and they just slowly creep up until they're all in shadow. And it's this quite powerful reflection of the landscape, and this has been done here but in concrete. And for me, it's that epic takeover with that tiny moon, and the moon's meant to be huge, but the landscape here is very powerful, and I just think it's been a really interesting, unique way to mirror what happens actually in the mountains, but with something that's man-made and concrete. So well done. I'm on 81.
Okay, Roger, I think it's... hold on. Catherine, did you have something?
Just really quickly, I was on 78. I was held back a little bit by the contrast between the very, very dark sky on the left and then kind of going out to the right with it being really quite pale there. But I'm going to forgive that just because I think this image had power for me, impact when it turned around. And in the shadows, I'm just really enjoying those little darker lines that lead you up there. And I'm sitting here looking at it, thinking it's pretty comfortably in a silver for me.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
Look, this image is about disquiet, really. It's a it's a concrete landscape that's probably harsh and unpleasant, and there's no sort of straight verticals, are there? Everything's sort of converging and crossing and colliding with itself, really. But the choices are, I think, quite deliberate. I do think there's enough shadow in there. I think the the shadow of what looks like a chimney on the right-hand sort of face. That's a moment in time that wouldn't, a window in time that wouldn't last very long. The moon, I think, it's big enough because it's surrounded by darkness. You can see it, you can't miss it really. That's the photographer's choice as to what lens they've used. They haven't put it centrally to there, and that sort of fits with the narrative of the non-vertical face that it's moving towards. And then the shadow takes you on this jumbled journey down to the corner, but it's not quite the corner. It's just enough to, just to agitate you, and that's the point of this whole. It's a study, and it's a deliberate study, and I think it's worthy of more of bronze. That's all.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, you've done it. 80, silver award. Okay, all right, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 82, silver award. Alrighty, very tight scoring against the with the judges. So can I have a comment from somebody? Okay, Jackie. Yep.
Yeah, it's a great study of the landscape of the chaos and been awarded for finding that space within that has a line and composition and layers, beautifully done. To make it go into the next scoring range, I'm not sure. I think it's gone where it needed to go somehow. Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 85, silver distinction. Okay, can we have a comment for the photographer? Roger, you're leaning forward.
Look, I thought this was exquisite and original and creative. I would have gone higher. The unresolved element for me was the foreground. I wasn't quite sure what it was representation of. It's got colours of green and a rich brown, I guess, which sort of hinted at forest, but yet the shapes seemed to be of rivulets. So that sort of seemed to be something unresolved to me, so I wasn't sure quite what that was a representation of, and if that would have been clearer, I'd be inclined to go higher.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Yep. Okay. Mike, a comment for the photographer?
Yeah, reduce down your saturation, and I think that the structure of the image, all the shapes within it are absolutely perfect, but the colour is just overt and distracting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 86, silver distinction. All right, and a comment for the photographer from the floor. Mike jumped his hand up again. Yep.
Look, I could be completely wrong here, but I just felt that the strength of the image was all at the bottom, and that the top's just taking our eye away from that strength. So a tighter crop from the top, I think. Yeah, anyway.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mike. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award, and we're all happy. So, can we have a comment, Catherine?
This is quite a bright, eye-catching image, and the technique kind of, I feel like I'm kind of getting sucked in there and then getting kind of swirled around, but I guess for me, I'm slightly getting spat out again a little bit without really finding my subject that's going to hold my interest for long enough, so could have gone higher if I'd found that.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And Mike's jumped his hand up for a comment.
I'd just suggest that because of the softness of the image and the focus being on the birds, that if you'd reduce the amount of colour on the jetty, you would have actually kept the focus on the birds more.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And, okay, happy with that. So, who haven't I heard from? Rachel. Rebecca, sorry. God. Sorry.
Well done on the Bronze Award. I just felt there was a disconnect with the three. I was trying to connect them, and the one on the right is just very, very dominant because it's very, very bright, and it has quite a different shape. Yeah, it just sort of draws your eye away from the other two. And choice of paper, I just wonder whether sort of a matte paper, just to bring out those delicate details, may have lifted it a little bit.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 75, bronze award. And Catherine, comment for this photographer?
This is such an evocative image. It just makes you want to just sit there and think of nothing for ages. It's really so moody and really beautiful. I think because it's so simple, I just really would have loved to have that horizon line straight. It's just slightly dropping down on the right-hand side when you have so few elements, and that's such a strong compositional line, just straightening that up. Being a bit pedantic, but you know.
Okay, thank you. And next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award, but Rebecca would like to, there's two of you.
I scored this in 83 silver. It had huge initial impact for me, and it has actually left me with questions, which I think is, you know, a real benefit there. And that, to me, I saw a dolphin going through the underneath of snow or water, ice, etc. And then the little pods on the left there were like little tiny fish that were trying to escape out of the ice. And when I got up there, I was rewarded to see that that was actually a leaf. I think it's very clever. It's unique. It's a little bit, I find the blue and the yellow of the little pods very jarring, and they just, the colour palette against the softness of the others, it does mess with me a little bit, but I think that's obviously done on purpose, and I think, you know, when you're left with those feelings, I think that's also worth rewarding. So I'm on 83.
Jackie?
I was on 72. All those words that you've used, jarring, confusing, unresolved, is what came into my mind and stayed there. I wasn't able to find any resolution of the different focal planes of what I'm seeing and how they're coming together. The shapes being almost overlapping and touching, the smooth against the hard and the red and the blues. Their colour tones are quite busy, and that's where I kept it out of the award range. I'm still there.
Roger was going high too.
Yeah, I scored at 84. I sort of felt I recognised brilliance, but I couldn't quite see what it was. But I'm looking at it now and I'm thinking, you know, on a billboard when they slap up the billboard and then they put another one on and then they rip them off and there's different layers. It's almost as if that's what you're seeing. There's that sort of, there's layer upon layer. It's as if different layers of narrative have been ripped off over time, leaving other ones behind. So it is original, it is creative. There's some unanswered questions. I wonder whether there's some haloing around it as well, which would hold it back a bit. But I think it's possible. I think it's worthy of a silver.
Any other comments? Okay, Rebecca, back to you.
Thanks for that, Roger. That's great. Yeah, look, I think it's just unresolved, and I think that there's lots of questions, and I think that's why that's okay. And I think that that's a job well done by the photographer when you have that. It makes you think, and it makes you sit with it and wonder why. And yeah, so we just a few more points. See how we go.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. Okay. Good conversation, 78, bronze award. Lots of feedback for the photographer. Okay, now can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a double judge change. Jackie and Roger, you guys can have a break and get some lunch. Tony and Janine, come on in. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, currently have a score of 84, which is a silver award. Catherine?
I gave this 92, gold. It's just a really intriguing and powerful image, such a strong graphic, dare I say it, kind of suggestive, and then just the... That's enough, it's suggestive. And I just could read so much into this, you know, it's kind of an eye. I think the choice of the photographer to go with the oval frame here has been hugely successful, just echoing that curve at the top of it there, and a really strong shape at the end. So you've got softness and roundness, and then you've got that diagonal line coming in down on the left to sort of come down to that strong point, and then you have the depth, you know, that you could just drop right into this crevice and go into that dark shape in the centre there, which is a sort of an echo of the main shape at the surface level of the ice. So yeah, I just think it's really very clever, and would like to hear your thoughts.
Turn my mic on.
Wow, I'm miles away.
Yeah.
I'm on 78 bronze. I was just trying to remedy in my head what it's been well seen and beautifully captured. The shape's fab. The darkness is just, to me, it was just so heavy when everything else around it is very delicate, and you can go through the gradations of the colour going in, and then all of a sudden it's just super heavy on the in there, and then I sort of come back out and the edges are super light and quite soft. Yeah, I'm listening.
Mike.
Yeah, I gave this 87, which was very positive. I can see something in there that I don't think anyone else has seen, but I see the black thing as an eel. And so I'm sort of looking at it as a moment in time, as well as shapes, as well as colours. I mean, everything that's working in here, as Catherine's already pointed out, that the mat echoes everything else that's in there. And the eye ends up at that eel. And I think it's very deliberate. The shape does represent an animal for me, and I think that's what makes it for me. So if the rest of you didn't see the eel, maybe that helps.
Okay, Janine.
Look, I scored this 83, and I will be bringing my score up into the silver distinction range. I have another interpretation. This is a really strong homage to the paintings of Georgia O'Keeffe, and we all know what that's about. The only thing that disturbed me and really stopped me going into that gold range was the curve at the top of the dark centre area. It's not as organic and beautifully floaty and gorgeous as all of the other curves in the picture. It just really stood out for me, and that was the thing that stopped me coming up further.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, you know, there's so much deliberateness here. And while we can interpret it in a lot of ways, I kind of tend to lean to what you started with, Catherine, and what you alluded to as well. And there is a sensuality that's been built into this picture, and it's been forced on us a little bit, which I don't mind. It's abrupt and it's in your face, and you can try not to see what it's supposed to represent, but you can't not see that. So then I ask myself, that's kind of a courageous type of image to present to us. Then I try to resolve that in my mind with the colour, and I'm going to try and speak bluntly but respectfully if I can, and that is that I see the mystery of womanhood. I see this depth of sensuality that at the end of it, when you go, I don't see an eel, I don't see any of those things, I see it what it's meant to be, and then I tie that back to the landscape. I tie that back to the mysteries of the landscape, the mysteries of this landscape, which maybe Antarctica or somewhere where there's ice and there's these depths and there's, you know, if you've ever walked on these things, there is a what's down there type of feel. And I kind of feel these two narratives are running side by side with each other and presented to us in this way where we can't avoid it. We may not want to speak about it, but we can't avoid it. And I gave it 81, and as I'm talking and I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, I didn't have the guts that the photographer had to present this. So now I'm going to have the guts to go up, and I will go up because I see this. It's so obvious and so in your face that I don't think it's meant to be something we might interpret in a certain way. It's deliberate, it's well presented, the oval mat supports all of that, the softness of an oval, the femininity of that shape, the egg. I just see so many layers of narrative, and I can tie it to the mystery of these landscapes. And I think that's quite brilliant. The more I look at it, the more I'm kind of ashamed that I didn't have the balls to go there first. But thank you, Catherine.
Okay, Catherine.
Well said. Thank you so much, Tony. You've really, I think, nailed it there. You know, we are reading multiple things into the forms and, you know, the just the presentation here. You know, I still can see what I said initially, and then I can see an eye, you know, and I think for both of those, that black centre is crucial to that. It's not dominating at all, it's just adding that depth, it's adding that narrative, it's centering that image. Janine, you were talking about the inorganic nature of the curve at the top. You know, I the perfection of that doesn't bother me at all, and I think that the photographer is celebrating that with the way they've presented it in the oval frame, echoing that again. It's very, very clever, and I'd love you to come and join me on gold.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $90, gold award. Okay, thank you for that. A little blank screen just for a moment, and we're just going to give Mike a break. And Peter.
That would be a powerful art piece. Wouldn't it?
Printed beautifully and
Just right in your face.
Yes, if you could, Matt, just temporarily.
It's almost taboo. Presenting in
there's-
such a beautiful way.
I think I just
Yep.
The darkness. But to me,
Okay.
maybe as a male perspective,
Yeah, well,
how do you know a woman?
All right. Okay, can we have the next print, please?
But it also.
Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award, but Rebecca wants to have something to say about this.
I do. I actually put this in the silver with distinction range, 85. This is a woman with a cape and her arms up and wings. It's very angelic. There's layers, the cool and the the different colours there. But for me, it's a religious figure. There's sort of light coming out the top and the small head, and then all these kind of bright lights that keep you in there. Yeah, I think it's really clever, and that's why I'm on 85. Like to have a discussion about this.
Catherine?
I'm down on 72. To me, this feels very technique driven, and there's really a lot going on with all the texture and the detail, and you've got the lines coming in through the sky there, and then we've got starbursts, and I didn't see a figure in the centre. I just saw, I guess, it's a fun technique. So the colours are it's got a bit of a celebratory tone to it, but I'm just seeing mainly technique, and I think it's well enough done. It's professional standard for me, but I might need a bit more persuading.
Okay, from the middle, Matt?
Yeah, I was in the high end of professional standard. I saw the figure straight away, an angelic figure with a gown or something that's illuminated quite beautifully in the foreground. What held me back from bronze or silver was perhaps a little bit of a lack of control in the highlights, especially where you've got the tinges of colour that comes with those starbursts that have been replicated across the scene, particularly in the top right and left. And also there's quite some unusual lime green colours that don't really fit with the surrounding foliage, particularly in the little bumps that come up above just either side of the figure. So that control of those colours and tonality is what held me back.
Okay, anything else to add? No? Back to you, Rebecca.
You're a tough lot. Yeah, I see the issues with the tonality. I think that's the whole point. It's actually very brash and jarring and opposites and sort of almost overdone for, we're in, professional photography, people, I would say this has been done on purpose, and so I'm taking it as that. And to address the highlights in the top left and right, I mean, for me, they sort of feed back into that central face figure. Yeah, I just see arms wide open and angelic. It's unusual and it's unique. So, yeah, well, let's see how we go.
Okay, let's read score. Okay, you've eked a couple more points, 79 bronze, so we're now into a review. Okay, so just because we're on the cusp, we need to have 79 or 80. Let me just stand by. It's coming, go. 79, bronze award. All right. Yeah. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we're a score of 77, which is a bronze award. All right, Tony would like to say something?
Yeah, look, I think print quality is perfect, and the content, the idea is a great idea. Just tidy up the edges. I mean, the top left branch comes not quite out of the corner, and it makes you feel like there's an extra space that's not needed, and the edges of the branches around the right side and down the bottom, almost clipping the edge or just being clipped by the edge. Just a little bit more breathing space. Get that, if you're going to have a dark line like that near the corner, bring it out of the corner. Those sort of things. Just resolve the finesse of it, and I think you've got a stronger print.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Tony. And next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver award. You want? Yep, sure thing. Go for it, Rachel.
I scored this 87, silver distinction. I want to know more about the woven pattern in the top. I feel like it's speaking to me, but I'm not quite getting the message. But what I do love is the way that it leads me from the top right down and then back around into the swirls and the beautiful textures. in the hillside, and the darkness in the bottom, the gentle vignette is also taking me then back up and back into that that swirling shape. So I'm sort of getting in a circular pattern. I'm being taken through the image, and it gives me the opportunity to enjoy all of the subtlety and texture in the sky as well. If I knew what the pattern was there for, I would be going into the gold range, but for me it's a very delicate and beautiful artwork, a flag or something that's going across this stunning landscape.
Tony, you're at the other end of the scoring.
I gave it. I was at the bottom.
Yeah.
At 82.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I may have underscored this a little, but I'll tell you what bothers me is that there's two pictures. There's two things, and they're working against each other. If I take out what I think is a cultural significance, there's something there, and I don't understand that. But that's not an issue. That doesn't hold me back. But I find it's too prominent. Even the bottom half of it's almost like a drop shadow, and it's kind of pulling me there. Then I look at the bottom half and I see this sublime use of texture, which gives a hint of landscape without specificity. If you look at the bottom half, you get the hint of waves. You look at this sort of the shadowing in the tones in that middle section, the hint of hills or layered landscape. And that's beautiful, really is surreal. But I feel like that top section, if it had been reduced in its impact by making it lighter, a bit more high key, blend it into the sky, show it but don't overshow it, if that makes sense, we'd have a much stronger image because we could rest on the landscape and be given an echo of something to think about in terms of cultural significance or another message. When I step back and look at it, the composition is good, it's very good, and the print quality is exceptional. And there is imagination. So look, I think I'm going to join you in silver distinction, but that's kind of where it goes. But I hope the person who made this image listens to all the comments because, again, great idea and really well executed, just not quite resolved to the level I think it needs to go higher. So I'm still listening though.
Okay, Catherine from the middle.
I gave this 84. For me, this is going to sound funny, but the initial word that popped into my head was ho, which is not ho, like that H-A-U, wind in Te Reo, and then I thought maybe it's atua, which are gods, and so this is the culture, you're looking for a story there. I agree there's a cultural significance, and I wasn't sure, I thought it could easily be either of those two. I was kind of with Tony that I felt there were the two different images here, but the longer I sit with this, I was 84, I'm nearly in silver distinction anyway, but Rachel, I appreciate what you're saying about the circularity there, and that fits with either of those interpretations, the wind bringing you background or the relationship between the gods and the land, so that's where I'm at. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, any other comments? Back to you, Rachel.
Yes, so just to follow on with that, as I've been sitting here enjoying this and looking at that pattern for a little bit of deeper meaning, I don't feel like it is necessarily a Māori cultural pattern, but within Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have so many different cultures, and I'm actually wondering if there's a connection there in a story with all of the different cultures and the different ways that we see the country and the land and New Zealand or Aotearoa or the land of the long white wispy patterned cloud. I'm sort of getting all of that coming through as well. So if you can join me at silver distinction, that'd be wonderful.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 86, silver distinction. Okay, great conversation. And yes. Let's have a blank screen, and we're just going to do a bit of a judge change. So Rachel, Rachel, you're going to stay in for Catherine. Yep. Swap seats. Yep. And Mika, where are you? She's right there. Oh, sorry. Rebecca, if you have a break. Yep. Okay. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. We'll happy with that. So, okay, can we have a comment from somebody? Yeah, Janine.
Well done to the photographer with the bronze award. Really enjoying that good, clear leading line up the ridge line into the top of the mountain. I was a little distracted. There seems to be a bit of a green colour cast on the rocks that I felt that was just a bit out of whack. And that something really distracting. There was a spot without snow on one of the left-hand rocks, and I thought, oh, it's a bird. But it's actually just a spot without snow, and I must admit I was really drawn to it. So just paying attention when you're proofreading your prints is always good.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 84, which is a silver award. Yes, Tony, you can challenge.
I think the difference between silver and silver distinction in a lot of ways is creativity and imagination, originality. I see a really different approach, and I'll be honest, I don't fully understand what I'm looking at, but I have an instinct that the longer I get to look at it, the more I'll start to understand this piece. I love the deliberate use of a minimal colour palette, the oranges in the background, whether it's flames or whether it's meant to be reminiscent of flames. When I look at it, it forces me to start looking for something that's complementary to that narrative, if you like. And as I go back and look through the the shadows, the silhouettes, I see parts of some of those trees that are stripped, almost like they're like a burn scar. And then we've got this interplay between telegraph poles. And we're finding this it's becoming a more common narrative of this play between trees of nature and trees of man. The three-dimensionality that's forced on us by the use of that shape, let me address that. I'll look at it and it's almost like, for me, what it's telling me is that I'm being forced to fit things into this particular man-made shape, this three-dimensional polygon or whatever you want to call it. But then nature's breaching that, and you can see within the matte frame, but outside of this block that we're forced into, we've got these trees that are breaking out of that. Almost a statement about nature will prevail. And again, not forcing the narrative, but reading what I see in terms of a photograph. The balance of the shape, if I forget what I'm looking at, that geometric shape with the organic edging breaking through, is sitting perfectly within that mat. It's balanced perfectly within the frame, but none of those edges are parallel to the frame. It's forced. So it's got these a whole bunch of questions being asked, of which I'm finding some answers, and you may find your own. Print quality is exceptional. Choice of paper is perfect. I love the muted blacks. I think it takes away, when we're not meant to see detail, it's meant to be this abstraction, and it's about the symbolisms that are here. And whether we find all those symbolisms, I've found enough for me to want to give this a silver distinction. And I have this gut instinct, as I said, that I'll probably find more the more I look at this image.
Miko, at the other end.
I scored this 81, nudged it into silver, and I'm happy to find a few more points because you've addressed some of my concerns. However, there are a few technical things that held me back as well. So, for example, the tree on the left is floating in the earth there. There's no grounding of it. The tree on the right kind of fades away into the white, whereas on the left it's very distinct. And the telephone pole, similarly, is just kind of not really anchored into the hill there. Though I know they're small things, but they add up. And as I said, I'm happy to find a few more points to make it a more solid silver, but I don't know, because of those reasons, whether I can come up into silver with distinction, but I will listen.
Peter?
Mick, I think you could probably, if you see those flaws, they could also be positives. I don't think you need to pull back for them because it's so stylistic already. Whereas I come back to Tony's comments and I say, I get what you're saying, and I have to divorce myself from photography in some ways and go to graphic design, and I sit here and I look at it. I love the muted blacks, I love the muted colour palette, but then I sit back and I look at it as a design concept, and I feel that in the context of where we are, it's just not strong enough to push me up higher. I applaud everything, and maybe a photo competition isn't quite the right context for it. It is graphic design. I'm thinking, well, if I was a graphic designer, then there are other things that I would be pushing and pulling a little bit more personally. I mean, it's not my style, but I thought as a judge, I've got to put it into silver because whatever the photographer is doing, he, she, or they have done a really good job. Now it's up to me to react. My reaction isn't as strong as yours, but that's okay.
Rachel, very quickly.
Yeah, just very quickly, I was also on the silver range and I'm listening pretty hard, but just to give a bit of context, I think for me, that shape is representing a factory. I don't know if that can work for you, Tony, if you can add that to the narrative for me.
Janine?
85, I have another thought about the shape. Church. Yeah.
Okay, Tony.
A couple of things. The technical areas, I sort of collaborate with Peter here that if we get caught up on the technical when we're asking people to be creative and imaginative and original, then there's going to be conflicts because originality means step outside the expected norm. And that means at first it might be seen as technically not there, but over time it will be accepted as something different. That's my interpretation. Whether it's a church or a factory, I think we can all see that shape does not occur in nature. So, and then we look inside that shape and we find telegraph poles and trees, and telegraph poles are man-made and trees are nature. So I'm seeing this as very simple symbolisms of the fight between man and nature. The colours talk about, those colours we relate to burning, to fire, to destruction. All of these things are just hints of symbolisms, but none of it's specific. We can go in if we say, does it look like a real this? Does it look like a real that? I don't think so. I like the edges where the blacks on one side almost bleed, almost ink-like, and on the other side they don't. And I put that down to style. Peter referred to graphic design, and it's not a graphic design competition, but we are asking people to stretch. And when we ask for people to show imagination, creativity, see, I look at this, and if it resolved a little bit more in my mind, and maybe I'm not educated enough to see what the artist wanted me to see, it could be a gold, but I don't understand it enough. But I understand enough to think it's worth more than what we would normally give to a silver. So I'm asking us to consider the extras that have been brought. Those, when I look at it from here, those trees on the left, those darker areas on the left, they kind of almost 3D come out because of the muted shades of the block, the obelisk, the rectangular three-dimensional structure. They're coming out of the picture. I think it's very, very clever, and I've rewarded it silver distinction. But I can understand that all of us are going to find our own meaning in this. I've found enough for a silver distinction.
Okay, let's rescore. Tony, we're just waiting on your score to come back through. Alrighty, silver distinction, 85. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 83, which is a silver award. And happy with that. Hey? Yep, you can go.
I scored this one 87, silver distinction. I found the presentation to be beautiful and incredibly unique. I haven't seen an arch built over the Milky Way in quite that same way. I think that the way that the shutter speed has been used to allow those rays to come down in behind the subject is truly beautiful. There's a slight movement in the stars. That's just probably a playoff and having to have a slightly longer exposure to get more colour coming through. I feel like it's been really, really beautifully done.
Okay, down the other end of things, Tony?
Yeah, I think I gave it a silver for all those reasons. I love the design, I love the layout, I think the central impact of it works really well. The colour saturation and the colour that's coming through, beautiful. I'm struggling a little bit with the connection between the figure in the picture and the sky. Not that that's a big reason, or that's not a reason I've held it back too far. I feel like it's a staticness. I'd like to see a little bit more like a tension or drama or energy, but it feels a little static in terms of the way the figure's sitting. So perhaps if he was, or she, or they, were standing up and had a bit more body gesture or just something, it just feels static. So I've given it a silver, definitely worthy of that, but I'm listening.
Janine? Yep.
So glad I get to talk about this actually. I am really enjoying the fact that this is astrophotography and it's highly creative. It's also showing a human appreciation for this phenomenon, which we don't often see. That is different. It did make me smile. I thought this is really, really happy, and that's reinforced with the really happy colour palette which you're going to get. Then the really clever thing, the person is sitting still, but they're in appreciation and contemplation, so they're not running around, and they're sitting on a seat that is a close mirror to the shape of the image, which I thought was just another clever touch. So yeah, I'm happily dappily on 85.
Okay, back to you, Rachel.
I think Janine pretty much said everything there, except for the figure is playing music for the lights in the sky to dance to. Come up to silver distinction.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Okay, 85, silver distinction. All right, can we just have a blank screen for a moment? We're just going to change one judge. And Mika, you can have a break. Jackie, thank you. All right. Okay, and if we can have the next print, please.
And we have a score of 80. Yeah, the voice got a little bit higher. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. And can we have a comment, please?
Yes, I scored it in the 80 range. There's a lovely celebration of this kind of totem where the flipped images worked really well to give it that unity, and we can always find stuff within it. To go to the next scoring range, perhaps a little bit more depth that would happen in those blacks at the bottom, but really well done.
Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? We have an initial score of 76, a bronze award. And you're going to go? Yeah. Okay. And Peter's going to challenge it.
Hell yeah, I'm going to go. I think one of the challenges I have as a judge is when I look at photographs is to take myself out of being a judge and assess an image for what the photographer has tried to do. And this is not my style, but I know that in a lot of other photo competitions where you've got these banal, super simplified landscapes, etc., this would probably do very, very well. It's just possibly the nature of our awards here, which is different. But I sit there and I say, all right, so it's constructed, the picture has been divided into three, necessarily or unnecessarily, but I think that the way it's been constructed is very cool. I love that highlight of water between the left and the middle, and it just sits together. And so for me, it's not my style, and it might not be your style either, but I just ask you to just look at it and say, all right, am I scoring this because it's not what I would do, or am I scoring this based on what the photographer is trying to present to us? And there's a subtle difference.
Jackie, please.
Yeah, I scored at 70. I thought that the technique didn't really suit the subject, particularly in the first two frames with the dark object that is unresolved and become very smudgy. So I couldn't, and the connection between those two perhaps is stronger. The third frame on the right really then just lets it down even more because it doesn't relate to those others beside the horizon line. I just thought it was a good idea. It's an idea that's evolving, but I didn't think it had the finesse yet.
Rachel.
Scored this 77. I guess what kept me out of silver was the way that the image is separated into three. I was really enjoying the journey that I was going on through it. The suggestion of a boat that's on the beach rather than being out at sea, the tones and the balance within that, and that triangular sliver of sea. But the journey that I was on was just so deliberately broken into different stages, and it sort of made it harder for me to go on it.
And back to you. Oh, Janine, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was on 78. I did enjoy this image, so I awarded it a bronze. It was an intuitive feeling. It felt like sort of like a bodyscape. And initially, I did feel that the triptych added by drawing you in, so that you're paying more attention to each frame. However, I do have an issue with the third frame. It just is not a continuation, like Jackie said. So, yeah.
And my right of reply is simply to say there was no criticism of any of my fellow judges. I was just explaining why I gave it 83.
Sorry, team, hang on. Now it's going really slow. And you should be able to put your scores in again, please. And you managed to bring it up 1 to 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And next print, please.
Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And Janine, like to challenge?
So I scored this image at 84. I think the grand landscape is often so difficult to photograph. I mean, we possibly take it for granted in this forum, but it is really challenging. I enjoyed this image for the positioning of all of the elements. We've got the sort of I felt like the heavy triangle of mountain on the left worked really well with the blue water, and then led us up into the peak of the mountain. There are a wee few things there that could be improved, but I'd be really interested to hear other judges' feedback on this grand landscape.
Okay, Peter.
I guess the challenge for landscape photographers is, you spend all this time climbing up to the top or driving up to the top, I've got no idea, but you get to the place and the weather's not necessarily doing what you want. I think the photographer's done a really admirable job in photographing what was there at the time, but maybe to get it up into the higher awards, it's a matter of returning back when the light and the weather is a little bit different, because I think sometimes in our competitions we forget how important the capture is as well.
Okay, and from the middle, Jackie?
I scored at 78. I'm quite happy where it sits there in that high professional range. I think perhaps it could have, some more drama might have been brought into the sky to hold your eye into the frame, and then it may have just had a bit more luminosity in that mountain.
Any other comments? Looks like it's back to you, Janine.
I might be a bit biased, but I'm actually quite a fan of flat light. I feel like the subdued, low contrast nature of this, I do actually find quite appealing. I feel like you're leaving you a little more room to interpret it as you will, rather than being led down the garden path with how exactly to see it. There is a lot to see in this frame, and I think the flatter light actually helps with that. So that's my 2 cents worth. I'm in silver, so have a wee think.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. It hasn't moved. Still on 79, which is a bronze, and we are into a review. So if we can have from the judges either 79 or 80, please. Okay, and solidly a 79. Bronze award. Okay, thank you for that. And just do one more. Next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Okay, and a comment, Peter, you're looking at me.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to comment. Reminds me a little bit of Caspar David Friedrichs and the romantic stuff, and I love the figures there, the beautiful blue, the sliver of blue in the water works really well. A couple of questions for the photographer to consider. Top left, maybe just control the sun. Is there too much on the bottom? Are the yellow grasses on the right competing for attention? Is there possibly another crop? There's an awful lot in there, and I just think that 77 is is a start, but I think a little bit more thought with the image, and I reckon you're getting very close to silver then.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have a blank screen? We can just change a couple of judges. Okay, so Peter, if you can jump out, and Roger, if you can come in, and Tony, if you can jump out, and Matt, if you can come in, please. Okay, and if we can have the next print, please. Yeah, yes, please. Just to make life a little bit easier on the admin side of things. Okay, we've got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. And okay with that. So you want to take it up? You can. Run with it. Okay.
I gave this an 82. I think it's worthy of a silver. I'm enjoying the composition. I'm enjoying the ruggedness of the foreground, which is quite unusual. It gives a message as to the being up in that environment. You'd have to be damn careful moving around. It's pretty dangerous probably, and it's dramatic. And then I'm really enjoying the separation and that sense of light and hope coming through in the peak in the background, that sort of romance, if you like. And there are two lovely elements in there. There's the bird, and then there's another bird diagonally when you start looking on that foreground as well. It's one's flying and one's not. I was held back from going further because I felt those two hooks in the image needed to be a bit bigger and a bit more obvious, but nevertheless they're there, and I think it's been handled in a sensitive way. It's an unusual image. I think it's worthy of a silver. I'm curious what you think.
Okay, at the other end, Jackie.
I scored at 77. There's a feeling of almost unbelievability with the foreground to that background, that their relationship, one being in such warm light to that cold light that's in that foreground. That I was a little bit distracted by the colour, the blue colour of the fog or the cloud. There was just something not gelling quite right. But I was on 77. And maybe if it was all monochrome, I would have gone there.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm at 80, and I'll wait for that. I'm at silver on 80. I don't need any believability in the foreground and the background, but I think that it is there. It's potentially very early morning. The blue hours just passing, and the sun is starting to sneak through the peaks. Maybe there's other peaks that are higher and behind, so the sun's come up a bit more, and it's only just touching that one in the background. I really enjoy the way that the brightest part of the image is making the mountain peak there a hero, and the bird, maybe a Kia, looking in that direction towards the other bird flying, as if he's potentially just waiting to enjoy the day and the warmth of that himself.
Mike?
Just briefly, I'm going to support this as an award because, well, a silver award. I actually feel that the visual depth that's been created here by that warmth that Jackie found slightly out of balance, that's what makes it. That's the depth, the visual depth that's been created. And without that warmth in the background and the coolness and the clouds, we wouldn't have this separation and this visual depth. So I think it's working very well.
Okay, Roger, back to you.
Look, I try and spend a bit of time in the mountains, and this is one of those moments that's kind of magical, really. You know, if you imagine yourself standing there, you might have camped up there, whatever. It's cold, and you've woken up, and that is blue and dark and foreboding, if you like. But then the weather's just clearing around the peaks, and for goodness' sake, it's clearing around the peaks and nowhere else. It's just a moment of majesty, and then into that moment of magic comes a couple of birds. It's one of those moments you won't forget, and it's been well done. It's not been gold standard done, but it's been done to silver standard, I think. So I encourage you to come up.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $82, silver award. Okay, thank you for that, guys. And can we have the next print, please? We'll leave Mike in there for a moment. Yep. Okay, we've got a score of 88, which is silver distinction. But Roger, challenge?
Yeah, I gave this a 92. I just got an emotional response. I haven't found the narrative yet, but I just love this as a piece of graphic imagery. Love the darkness. I love the contrast, and then the delicacy of the red. It's just a stunning piece. I'd buy it if I could. It's I mean, I guess you can get narratives around dark and light, and maybe eggs and things germinating in places, and it's on. We've seen a lot of aerials. This stands out as something that's different, I guess, because of the colour palette, which is so dramatic. I just got a deep emotional response to this piece.
Jackie, you're down the other end of the scoring. Jackie? Yeah.
Oh, really? 85, and yeah, maybe it's a penguin, and it's not in. It hasn't got any ice anymore. It's all gone black, and I guess that was that confusion of how to get those colours and how they exist in nature. But this doesn't have to be natural. And yeah, I'm listening to come up to gold. There's a little bit of an unresolved spot just on that top part of the orange where it disappears, the trail goes away, and I was a little bit concerned about the detail in those really bright whites and the intensity of those, but it's already obviously everything that's here is intentional, so I'm listening.
A thought from the middle of the range, Rachel?
Yeah, I scored this 88 silver distinction. I'm actually quite happy to come up. I'm not completely getting the narrative, but what keeps drawing me in are those two dark, sightless eye sockets, and I really want to know more. But there's a sort of melancholy that I'm getting from it, and I don't want to stop looking at it. You know, sometimes you don't want to embrace that type of emotion, but it actually just makes me want to sit with that feeling and enjoy it. So yeah, I'm happy to come up to gold.
Yeah, Janine, quickly.
So I was on 88. I'm going to come up to gold because I made my brain let go of any idea of a narrative. I just thought that is actually going to ruin it for me, and went and looked at it for what it is. I'm so in love with the velvety textures in the black. It is like velvet. It's gorgeous, and to do that is incredible. The colours, they're just all in the right proportions. We've got enough of each thing, not too much. Yeah, and that red line is absolutely gorgeous. This deserves to be printed huge because it's got a hand-painted quality to it. And to think that this is an aerial landscape is unreal, and it looks unreal. So yeah, I'm happy to come to gold.
Okay, Roger.
Look, I don't think I need to say a bit more, but I will. There is a narrative. It's dark and it's bright. It's good and it's evil. Maybe it's yin and it's yang, but there's a narrative there. The red line, it's like someone's got paint and just drizzled it randomly around and sort of that. It's got a painterly aspect to it. It is original, and it's just it just grabs you from the first moment you see it, and I think that needs to be honoured with a gold.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Okay, 91, gold award. Okay, thank you for that. All right, just take a small breath, and next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. Can we have a comment for the photographer from somebody? And looking, Roger.
Look, it's a nice macro landscape of a glacier with some lovely shapes and curves. Good sense in the cropping, by and large. I think what held it back to me was just, I think it's been overworked in terms of the colours. I think the blues and the greens are a bit unbelievable, and there's some sort of yellowy sort of rusty sort of look, which doesn't seems incongruous with that landscape as I know it.
Okay, thanks Roger for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, a score of 87, which is a silver distinction. But Rachel would like to challenge.
Yeah, I put this into gold at 92. It's a beautiful graphic art piece, and there's some incongruousness to what I'm reading as well. I feel like the tree and that solid rectangular element at the base of it, it's almost like the tree is growing out of concrete, and it's making me think of exotic places, Sesosvlei in Namibia or somewhere like that, where there's not a lot of life. It's very stark at first glance, but then there's so much more going on when you look through it and into those depths. The handling of the elements within the image, those beautiful lines and triangles, and the way that the blacks have been controlled in the silhouette of the tree, it's all just so delicate and peaceful, and it's just working really beautifully, and I think that it definitely deserves the gold.
Jackie?
Not far off. I'm on at 84, which is a long way from gold. There's the construction of it is really clever. I celebrated that. The second mountain and the third mountain, I felt that they were merging together to create one shape, and a little bit of finesse in there just to have that far mountain just receding just a tiny little bit. And I had there was a bit of tension happening on the right-hand side with the proximity of the tree to the edge of frame. So I was just wanting a little bit more space for that central powerful tree to live within. It's a great image, so I'm still listening.
Mike? Sorry, Mike.
Right, thanks. I gave this 88. I'm fully prepared to go up to gold with this. The more I look at it, the stronger it gets. But there is a metaphor here, which is a dead tree coming out of concrete. And I think that's the part that's really symbolically strong. And that's supported by the graphic shapes or the graphic materials. This is a dead landscape, and it's been incredibly well seen. In terms of the tree being close to the right-hand side, that's a visual conflict that's in its favour. It's not against it. It's made it even stronger. So I think all the elements in here are deliberate and successful.
Any other thoughts? Okay, back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Mike. I think that you addressed those points really, really beautifully for me. And you're right about the metaphor and that dead landscape. And also, as you look at those textures within it, they're just so delicate, they're almost ready to crumble. And into a pile of nothingness, sand or ashes or something like that. And that just makes the entire nature of that environment so very, very fragile, and it's coming through really beautifully. So please come up to gold with me.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. $90, Gold Award. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and can we just have a blank screen for a moment? Oh. Yep. Okay, Janine, if you'd like to take a break, and Rebecca, come on in. And if we can have the next print, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award that Rachel would like to challenge.
The stag's head and antlers in the centre of this, and the way that it is snorting all of those grasses flat is really, that's what's pushed it into silver for me. I think that works really, really well. I think if the crop was a little bit tighter and the saturation in the sky was a bit less, I'd probably go even higher. But that, when I saw that, the stag's head and the antlers, I just, thought, silver. So silver.
Rebecca.
I was sitting on 75 bronze. I saw the stag antlers, and they're very delicate and beautiful. That mirroring again, I just would like to just see something a little bit extra. I think the sky is really heavy in this particular image. I think it really just weighs everything down, and the hero is in that beautiful, delicate nature in the middle there. But I do think it is unique, and I've popped it in the award range.
In the middle, possibly Jackie?
I scored at 77. I feel it sits there. The intensity of the blue, for me, is overpowering the delicacy that's underneath, and I would have liked to have. I think that it would be stronger if it was dealt in a different way. So that's why I'm 77.
Any other thoughts? Rachel, back to you.
You guys are so hard. I think that that sensation of there's so much detail, that there's beautiful detail right in the immediate foreground in the grasses, but not in that area immediately around the base where the highlights are, where I feel like there's breath being blown out and it's pushing everything around it into that beautiful softness. The stag's ready to fight, pawing at the ground, snorting, and I got a lot of good emotion from that. So if you can see yourselves coming up for a good little story, that'd be great.
Okay, judges, please rescore. It brought it up to 78, bronze award. Plenty of feedback for the photographer anyway. Okay, so thank you for that, and we're going to do that. Yeah. Okay, next print, please. Okay, we got a score of 79, which is a bronze award. You, Rachel, yes?
I scored this 83, silver. There's just detail everywhere throughout that. Everything is crisp and beautiful, except for the clouds, which are very rightly soft and allowing space for those birds to glide through. Everything that I looked at rewarded the eye and kept it busy. The third bird down in the bottom left, just sort of soaring up towards the rest of them. It really, really worked beautifully for me, and I thought it was deserving of a silver award.
Okay, there's not a huge spread, but yep, away you go, Roger.
Look, I guess this is an open category. I enjoyed the grandeur and I enjoyed the perspective of the mountain with the line leading up. That was really drew me in. But there's an incongruousness about the various elements that make me question the authenticity of it, really. There's almost too many birds. The bird at the bottom I find distracting and unbelievable in terms of its size. And then I hadn't noticed that, but the softness of the clouds would imply a long exposure, which you wouldn't get with a bird snap in focus. So with all that in mind, I just don't quite know where it sits, and therefore I put it at a bronze. But I do love the majesty of it, so I'm interested what others think.
Mike, you're at the other end.
Actually, I'm just going to reiterate what Roger said. So
Right, okay. Yep, okay.
I was 78. I think it's actually been a bit heavy-handed in how it's, been dealt with, and that sky is just, it's just a bit heavy-handed there, and the birds, I agree.
Okay, Rachel, back to you.
You guys have... It's like they don't want to hear me talk. You guys have been up in the mountains. You know how fast the wind moves, how much the clouds move. You can still capture softness and motion in clouds and sharp birds. There's no sense of unbelievability there for me, but even if there was, it's actually perfect within this category when you think about the nature of the imagery that we see. I just think that it's a very, very beautiful piece, and the detail and grandeur should be rewarded in silver.
Okay, let's re-score, please. $79, so you know what that means. We're off to an image review. So if we can just stand by and need to push a button. And 79 or 80 from the judges, please. Still letting you do it? I'm pushing the button. I've already done it once. Stand by. Yep. Okay, 79, bronze award. All right, and we just have a blank screen for a moment. And Rachel, we're going to give you a break. And Catherine, you can come back, please. Okay, and if we can have the next print, please. Okay, we got a 72 professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Anybody? Mike, thank you.
yeah, some more detail on the blacks would have given us a sense of volume. It's really just quite flat as a result of nothing to look at beyond what's lit.
Okay, thanks, Mike, for that. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we had a score of 86, which is a silver distinction, but Catherine Katanak would like to challenge that.
What a beautiful piece of art. This turned around and I just went, oh wow! You know, it's just exciting. It's so rich and so luscious, and I mean, what can you really say about it? It's also so simple, and I guess that's what's really grabbing me as well. There's a luminosity, there's form, there's beautiful negative space, there's the beautiful flow, and then there are tones within that, the object on the left there that keep you in there. It's sort of got bronzy. It's like the edge of a heart. I just really enjoying the flow that when you're coming down from that soft area at the top of the curve into that little kick on the edge there. That's just the punch of it. Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts, please.
Jackie, you're at the lower range.
82. I couldn't get past the bottom, and I keep seeing that a bottom shape sort of thing for me, and as I look at the textures that are in there, it's we're maybe from a very high distance and we're going down to very small things in the landscape, but there's lots of little blues and different fractions of colours in there that sort of kind of look a bit like noise. I don't think it's noise though. So it's a minimalist landscape, but I'm not sure it had enough allure for me to keep looking at it and to elevate it into the silver distinction. I'm listening, so.
I just need to check, was Mike making eyes at me?
I gave this 87, mainly because I'm sort of thinking of it as being inner space as opposed to outer space. It looks intergalactic to me. It feels offshore, but I know what I'm looking at, but I have this feeling of somewhere else, some other sort of thing that I'm judging, and I love all those textures in the sands, and it's just, for me, it's beautiful, and it's rising. It's rising from the bottom into the top, and it's got this beautiful flow. No, I'm definitely going up for me. Gold.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I scored this 85 and I was not brave enough. I will be coming up to gold. I feel like it's mark making. It's a paintbrush that's been dipped in glitter, and it's all of those tiny little blues and all those beautiful sparkles. It's like a paintbrush is just in its little sweep and out. Again, absolutely stunning work. Well done.
Just quickly, yep.
Look, I scored 83. I'm a bit like Jackie, really. I saw the bottom to start with, and hard to go past that, but I suppose that represents a beautiful curve, doesn't it? I love the Rembrandt lighting. I love the simplicity, but at the same time, I wonder whether it needs something more compositionally to take it up to gold or wherever. And there's a conflict in where my eye naturally sweeps down to the bottom left, but yet the brightest part of the sweep is kind of heading you in the opposite direction and off, and that's a bit unresolved. So it's as if it needs some more breathing space at the top. So I think silver distinction is probably where I'd sit it, but to take it to gold, I'd want those issues resolved, really.
Okay, Catherine, back to you.
I absolutely don't need more space at the top. I think the square crop is working so well with the two halves of this image, but it's not. It's a gentle split rather. You know, there's a diagonal, but then there's the curve. I love bottoms. I'm totally no issues with the anatomy of this image, and with the speckles, Jackie, that you talked about with the noise. You know, I think that ties in so well with the bluish tones that are in that main form on the left there. Love the intergalactic places you're going with this, Mike. I sort of feel that this is an image that you can just sit. There's so much simplicity, and there's so much space to sit with this for so long that you could bring anything into this. It's got an energy, but it's also got a peace, and so I just really enjoy that you can bring into, you know, it's not forcing anything on you. It's just very successful. Gold.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. Well done, 90. Gold award. Okay. Thank you for that. All right. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And can we have a comment? Sorry, Rebecca, were you? Yeah, yeah, go for it. If you were leaning forward for a comment. Yeah.
Well done on your bronze. I was at this hut 2 weeks ago, and it was amazing. I just think the treatment of it, there's no detail in the hut walls, and there's just a sort of a colour cast over the whole image that really draws your eye away, and yeah, just a little bit more careful treatment of the image, but yeah, beautiful.
Okay, thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. I'm happy with it. Yep, okay. So, Mike, comment for the photographer?
Yeah, look, I was very, it's a beautiful image. It's been wonderfully seen and excellently presented. But I keep looking at that bit of smoke that's coming out of the hut, but the hut itself isn't defined enough for it to become important. And I found it quite confusing in there. So make where the eye goes a little bit more exciting so that we actually know what to look at.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, for that. And that is the end of the print entries. So we're just going to get the tech guys to do the changeover to the digital display. And whilst we do that, I'll remind you that our major sponsors, Sony, have a wonderful competition running across this event. Find a QR code around the venue, scan the code and complete the online quiz. All correct entries will go into the draw to win $500 at the, it's a Sony voucher. Okay, $500 Sony voucher. And yeah, so just have a look around the venue and then for those QR codes, and also come by and see the team in the trade stands on Friday. Also, there's a note here for the Ian Poole Award. This is highly prized amongst the judges, so anybody can vote for their favourite judge, okay? But you have to be on site to do that, so you have to come and at the NZIPP table in the foyer, you can put your vote in for which judge has impressed you the most, okay, or given you the most golds. All right, okay. just a reminder that the Iris Awards are sponsored by our major sponsors, Sony, and Foalhaven are the category sponsors. And they hail from Sweden, an outdoor clothing company, equipment company that is committed to making nature more accessible while keeping designs timeless and durable and sustainable. Truly Swedish style, we focus on simplicity and practicality, and we have the utmost respect for the environment. Our trousers, layers and jackets have been a favourite of many photographers globally, especially those working in nature requiring hard-working yet stylish and professional apparel. I can attest to that. I'm wearing a Foalhaven belt today. So, oh yeah, they are good. All right, so we thank them for their generous sponsorship. Okay. Sorry? Foalhaven. Or okay, and it looks like we're getting close to the digital entries being okay. We're back and now ready for our digital entries. So if we can have the first entry, please. Okay, we've got a score of 77, which is a bronze award. All right, Catherine? Mike?
I really enjoy the feeling of movement in this image, but had it been printed a little bit darker, we would have seen all those swirls of clouds and things. And printed. Edited into the sky. Thank you very much, Catherine. Yeah, there's more detail in here that would be more expressive had it been brought out in the image.
Okay, thanks, Mike. And can we have the next print, please? Oh, next image, please. We had a score of 72, professional standard. So, can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, away. Okay, Tony.
I enjoyed the colour palette. I find that the brightness at the top right does pull your eye away from this image and out, and perhaps bringing that down and just bringing up a little bit more of the lightness of that fog, just to give us a reason to dwell around the bottom, would create a more balanced image.
Thanks, Tony. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've scored 74, professional standard. Yeah, Mika.
I just popped this into bronze at 76. When I was sitting back here, I saw animal pelt, and I saw bark, and I saw, when I was up close, watercolour, and I feel like the photographer perhaps has some mixed messaging, but there's a boldness there, there's a deliberation there, there's elements of newness, and I feel like that should be rewarded with a bronze.
Okay, Tony, you were down the lower end of that. Yeah, that was a challenge. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, look, I don't feel that it's come together as cohesively as perhaps you have. I find the bottom right area, the lightness and the brightness down there is just out of balance with what's happening at the other end. The middle of the image is kind of flatter, and then you've got this contrast at the top and contrast and brightness at the bottom. The composition's quite good. I like the way the elements have been held, but when you have an abstract like this, I think that the shapes, the forms, the tones do need to have some level of balancing around the image, and I feel like there's a patchiness to it, to me, that requires a little bit more finesse. So for me, it didn't make bronze. I saw it as a professional capture because of the quality of the exposure and things like that, but yeah, I'm struggling to see it as having been fully resolved. Sorry.
Catherine?
I gave this 74, and I'm happy to come up to bronze with you. Mika, I don't think we need full resolution here. It makes me want to keep looking at it, and I think it's a complex image. There's a lot going on. I sort of see spilling paint coming down, and I think there's an energy there. And I also think that the photographer's got a lot of different colours going on here, and has brought them together in a way where they're not fighting with each other. You know, there's a cohesion, even though we've got this complexity, and we're only asking for, you know, a lower level of the awards in the bronze, and yeah, I think it's deserving.
Okay, anything else to add? Mika, back to you.
That lightness down bottom right, I just saw as another element that contributes to that animal pelt skin rug kind of narrative. I appreciate what Catherine has said. Thank you for bringing that to the table. And in terms of patchiness, again, that to me is skin. And I think the strength of the composition, to me, just takes it over the line there. I think that's, it's really strong, that composition. So just find a few more points to reward the photographer.
Okay, judges, please rescore. Seven, 76, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. Can we have a comment? Catherine? Oh, 73. Sorry, I should speak a little clearer. Catherine?
Some really gorgeous light here and absolutely beautiful folds going on in the hills there. I sort of feel like all their visual interest is towards the top left there. There's a little too much foreground, and then when you go off to the right, you've got that dark blob right on the frame there that takes you out, so maybe just a tighter crop.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 70, professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Rebecca.
Great sense of movement here, but just keep working on this technique. There's quite a few sort of really hot highlights in there, and maybe a little bit more movement, and the colour palette is quite jarring, so maybe a different time of day would be quite good.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. And we'll just visualise a blank screen. Mike, if you'd like to take a break, and Chris, if you want to come in. Okay, and next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 78, which is a bronze award. Tony would like to challenge.
Instinctively, I just
I hate the word, I fell in love with this picture. And I didn't know why. I find it intellectually challenging. And I find that I then step back and go, well, why do I like this? And then I ask, what's the photographer trying to say? The trees are stark, and we have a colour that complements and is congruent with that message of starkness, and I feel the starkness. So the next question in my mind is, why the parts that are white? Is that about unwritten? Is that about we haven't finished yet? Is that about, that where we're going to end up? There's still parts that we have a play. There's still a part to play in filling in the story. I'm not quite sure, but I came back to the fact that it's not often I can't break it down into these are the reasons why I really, really like it. But I found it grabbed my attention and continues to hold my attention. I would put this on my wall in my home. There's something about this. And I often, in discussion, talk about narrative versus aesthetic. And there is a narrative here. I'm not quite sure I'm getting the full narrative, but it's like getting snippets of the story and then starting to piece it together. But I'm also enjoying a very strong aesthetic. A challenging aesthetic, yes, but a strong one. And the colours, the content, as in the dead trees, all of those things come together with harmony. They make sense on each other. And I'm left with this unfinished story. And I'm really enjoying that aspect of it. And that's why I felt that this image deserves some level of award. If I could find the full narrative, I'd probably go higher. And I might find it before I finish speaking, but I won't talk that long. So I've given it a silver, and I ask us all just to challenge ourselves. Are we sitting where we're sitting because we don't get it? Or is it because there's things that are wrong? And I've got a feeling, well, for me, I couldn't find anything wrong. I found a lot that was right, and I've got a feeling there's more bits that I will discover. So I've asked for a silver.
Mika at the other end of the screen. Go on.
It didn't speak to me like it did to you, Tony. I'm down on 72. The things that confused me were the difference in colour tone between the left panel and the right panel, the sliver of blue that's coming in on the left. The emptiness just didn't speak to me, and I was really looking for any reason to try and make sense of that. And unfortunately, overall, I was just left not feeling anything. And so, if I can see a reason to feel something or just feel something, then sure, I would have been there with you, but I'm not getting anything, unfortunately, and I'm sorry.
Catherine, a word from the middle ground?
Yeah, I gave this a 78, and Tony, I think you summed it up. I wanted to give this an award because it's really intriguing and it kept me up there for a while. So like you said, but don't get the narrative. So the reasons that have taken you to silver took me to bronze. I do see not necessarily things that are wrong, but some things that are creating tension in my mind. One is the fact that the trees are paler on the left. The other is the fact that they are also a different scale. Sliver of blue on the left, and then I'm looking at the fact that that centre line isn't actually centre either. I'm going to that. I love the effect of the impact, the visual impact of that whiteness. I look at that little angled bit though, and it's such a distinctive shape that I sort of feel like I should be able to work out what that is, and maybe there's a message in there that I'm not getting. So it's an intriguing image. I'm not only keeping it in bronze because I don't get it. I'm seeing niggles, but 78 is a solid bronze. So.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that, and I just hope the photographer takes away that it's important in a competition when we enter an image to understand that if the judges can't get it, that's going to work against you. And sometimes we get too clever, like you can go beyond, and it's not that the judges are not smart. We don't get along, we got to figure it out. And that's why if you're exhibiting or you're presenting work, and I don't want to do a seminar, but you have an artist statement, you get the chance to give people background and context, but here the picture has to do all the talking, and you can't stand next to it and explain it. So I encourage you to keep going. I applaud what you've presented. I've enjoyed it, but I also understand and respect why my fellow judges haven't. I've put it where I think it belongs, and they will now put it where they think it belongs.
Okay, let's rescore, please. Okay, brought it up 1 to 79, bronze award. We all know what that means. Okay, so we're in a review, and just wait for the button to, we either need 79 or 80. 79, bronze award. Okay, thanks for all that. Good conversations. Okay, and next image, please. Okay, a score of 84, a silver award, and Mika would like to challenge.
Not like to challenge, love to challenge.
Good on you.
This is a fantastic piece of constructed abstract art. The light and the dark, the colour palette, the texture, the consistency of the texture throughout the image. There's a lot of detail. That we all stood looking at it for quite a while. I actually went, ooh, when it came up. The earthiness, the architectural elements, but you know, there's like the golden tones at the bottom, which could be land, and then the blue tones at the top, which could be sky. I'm sure this is a built form, but we're being presented with something that is completely not a built form. It messes with your head. It's the inside, it's the outside, it's every single element has a place and a space within this construction. My eye just loves roving around all of this and finding those subtleties. You know, the little darkness that comes in bottom left, the little line that's bottom right, the transition of colour. I just think it's fantastic. I'm looking forward to hearing more. What do you want? Oh, I want a gold. I'm on 92.
Okay, and then the other end of the scale, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Mika. Yeah, I didn't get what you've read into this and seen into this, and maybe that's me. But I struggled to reason. I love the colours and some of the the circles and the diagonal lines. My eye was caught by the break in those two circles. I thought it wasn't continuous. But yeah, I'm definitely listening. I do love the colours and the actual construction of the image. It does deserve credit, definitely.
Tony?
Yeah, I think it was said today, yesterday, someone mentioned Kandinsky, and I see like echoes of Kandinsky, almost Picasso-like. So conceptually, I find it very strong. The colour palette, as you've discussed, certainly takes you to landscape. I could see this on a wall. It's beautiful. I'm in silver distinction. I'm going to stay there, and I'll tell you why. And that's because I find the top is just too heavy for this image, and then I find the bottom, as a result, is too light, and we lose definition in the bottom right quadrant. Because when we look at the top left, those shapes are very, very well defined, the different tones. But when we get to the bottom right, it just goes washy. It just disappears. That delineation in the curve and the background yellow. So I feel like it's a really great idea with fantastic colour that wasn't quite finished off and balanced across the whole image. which puts it in silver distinction because I don't see excellence in visual communication, but I see a high level of visual communication. So that's why I'm heading that way, because I go into this picture and I'm pulled in ways that I don't think the artist would intend me to go. My eye goes pretty much out bottom right every time, and I'm not enjoying the full frame. So I agree with most of what you said, Mika, and I've responded to a little bit more than Chris, but I'm finding that the finish, the final piece, the final edit, left short of a gold for me, quite a bit short.
Any other comments? No? Looks like it's back to you, Mika.
Thank you for giving me something to work with, and I'm happy to address some of these things. So in terms of the break between that rather strong line there, that to me is the dimensionality. And one of the things that I love about some of the greatest abstract artists, Kandinsky, the op artists, is that play on foreground, background, that play on space, that way of trying to make something, showing something that doesn't make sense. MC Escher, one of my favourite artists, loves to show that that impossibility, and that's what I'm getting here. Is this is impossible, and that's why I love staying with it, because I'm like, I can't make full sense of it, and that's been cleverly constructed by the photographer. I don't think this is a photograph of a specific item. I actually think there's lots of different things that have been put together very cleverly to show us this. I think it's completely constructed, and that's why that consistency of texture is so I'm so appreciative of. And in terms of my eye going to the bottom right, sure, that circle kind of pushes me out bottom right, but there's a little, just that little hint of a line that just brings me up and around that circle, and I keep going. So I don't get stuck anywhere. I love it. Sorry. So yeah, there's the lightness and dark and the depth and that visual incongruity that I'm loving this. So I understand that not everyone's going to get the same emotion as I do, but I need to express how I feel. So there you go.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's rescore. Brought it up to a silver distinction, 88. Okay, thank you very much. And we're just going to swap Rebecca out and Janine, if you'd like to come in. Okay, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score 73, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Mika. Yes.
I feel like this photograph is trying to make me feel something with those reaching fingers from the right towards the gravestone on the left. But to me, there's a visual inconsistency with that and the beautiful light on the hills and in the sky, and I'm not sure how to resolve those things. The gravestone on the left is actually a little comical, to be perfectly honest, so I feel like the photographer is giving us elements, but they're not messaging in all the same way.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, with a score of 78, bronze award. Very tight across the... Tony, would you like to give a comment?
Sure. Great use of the simple colour palette here with just the whites and that warm terracotta colour. And the symbolism or the shape within that frame has been nicely composed. I just find the bottom left is a little bright and kind of feels a bit out of balance with the rest of the inside top right. There's a lot of detail going on up there. And then the area of most contrast and most saturation is the very top left corner. So we're kind of sweeping up and out. So just balancing out and getting a more consistent contrast and more consistent tone across the image, and then selectively using contrast or saturation to draw us to areas more within the frame or of interest will give you a stronger print or stronger edit.
Great, thank you for the comments. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yeah, Mika.
The velvety light on those hills in the background is really pleasant, well, more than pleasant, really enjoyable. I just want to, you know, wrap myself up in it. It's beautiful. I feel like there's a lot of that foreground grassy area, and I feel like it's not contributing anywhere near as much as the top half of the photograph. So perhaps just dulling down some of that foreground grass so that your eye travels through it, or alternatively cropping some of it out, I think would make it a stronger image.
Great, thank you for that feedback. And next image, please.
Did you manage to put your... We're frozen. Oh, God. We're on the previous...
Okay, we've got a score of 73, professional standard. We're happy with that? Okay. Can I get a comment from somebody? Chris? Oh, so Janine, yep.
Yeah, it's a beautiful image. Yeah, it sits well in professional standard. The colours at the end of the road are draw your eye in. I think what was seen is beautifully seen and captured. In terms of improvement, maybe just make it a little bit more dynamic, I guess, and brighten up some of those darks and a bit more contrast. And yeah, I think you're likely to maybe find a bronze award in that.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. And did you want? Yeah, you might as well.
Look, just to add to it, I think if you're enjoying this type of photography, get into it and go on a road trip and find some really good roads. I think finding a stronger subject to work with would be great.
Thanks for the feedback. Cool. Okay, let's go. Next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award. And, yep, no, Tony would like to challenge
We'll have
that.
a chat about it.
Yep.
Again, the construct impressed me, the imagination that's shown in the way that it's presented, I really enjoyed. I'm not looking for deep, meaningful narrative, excuse me, but I do see the many and the few, and I see that quite clearly because of the white line that's deliberately been placed there to separate the many and the few. And I see analogies in that in everyday life, in society and culture. I enjoy that. I enjoy the stylised technique that's been used here. The whites aren't blown out, but have a very high opalescence to them, if you like. There's a pastel sort of feel to it. There's a very fine structured texture running through this image, which ties the left panel with the right panel. But I just see that's, for me, quite a strong but simple story of the many and the few, and I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying that immensely. And presented in this long, thin panoramic, I see evidence of imagination, originality, creativity, presented in a very strong way, which takes it a little bit above, bronze award and puts it into silver for me.
I'll just go Catherine first, because she's at the lower end of things.
I gave this a 73. I didn't see the many and the few, so thank you for that, Tony. And I also wasn't sure what the texture was adding over it. I quite enjoyed the curve of that central bird in the long pit. It feels like it's kind of mothering all the little ones, and I got a bit of a relationship story there. Going to take on board what you're saying and might bring me up into bronze. I'm not sure I can get into silver without hearing a little bit more.
Mika?
So I'm on bronze at 78. I love the panel on the left, and I feel that the photographer, I understand the many and the few idea, but the few is a bird flying in, a bird crouching down whose head we can't see, and a bird flying out. And I feel that actually diminished the photograph for me. I really loved the panel on the left, and I just felt it should have stopped at the line. So I understand what you're seeing in this, but I rewarded the ingenuity with a bronze, and I'm just not sure that I can come to silver.
Any other thoughts? No? Okay, back to you, Tony.
Yeah, I think if you take out the right panel, you take away the imagination, the creativity and the originality. So I wouldn't give it a silver either. But you bring it in, I take on board what Catherine said about that sort of mothering instinct, and I feel that the arc of those wings, I'm looking at this one gull or bird, booby, whatever it is, kind of the flock. It's got the flock under its wings. And on the other side, yes, we have one bird thinking about coming back and one bird going off, flying out of the frame. The other one doesn't give a shit. Excuse my French. The other one down the bottom is just doing its own thing. So the right panel is important to add context to what the left one is about, and put together, that's why I gave it a silver. Take one away, I don't get that. I don't get that silver reasoning. So that's what I'm asking you to consider. There is a reason for the right panel. It adds context and meaning to the left. That's why I think we need the right panel, and that level of creativity and innovation is what I'm awarding at a silver. Not gold distinction, not silver distinction, but I certainly feel strongly that this is a silver award.
Okay, judges, let's rescore. You've done it, 80, silver award. Okay, thank you for all those comments. And, oh, we're going to do a little change. Catherine, you can take a break, and Rachel, come on in. Okay, let's have the next image. Okay, we've got a score of 80, which is a silver award. Okay. So, can we have a Janine?
So I'd like to challenge this image. I was on 86. I certainly observed the beautiful assembly of the image moving through from left to right. Left is a bit lighter, and there's just a gradual darkness at the right-hand end. I am sitting a wee distance away from the monitor here, so at first I thought it was sand, went in, looked, and it was water, which I found quite exciting. I think it's been very, very thoughtfully presented and delivered to us as a strong graphic. And then to finish things off, we've just got this random spot, second frame from the right, that is kind of a hook. It just it's not there just to be there. It's actually a point of difference. So I'm on 86. I'd be interested to hear the thoughts of other judges.
Tony, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, I gave it 76. I gave it a bronze. I felt that each individual image was probably worth a bronze at best. In terms of the definitions of, professional practice, I think most professionals could capture each of these panels. Some could say some of them are high standards of professional practice. Then when I look at them individually, I also see the middle one has a little bit of a sort of shadowing on the left, which is a bit distracting. So there's areas of each individual frame that could do with better finesse and control. And then the next thing I look at is how do they, why have 5 of them? So I've assessed them individually, and as I look at them as a panel, I don't find a high level of connectivity. I see an obvious patterning where the 2 outside ones have a convex shape going out, the middle one's there, but then there's an inconsistency in contrast. The middle panel has a lot more contrast. The second one's got sort of a lot less contrast. So I'm finding myself feeling this push-pull, and there's no real synchronicity, there's no rhythm running between these images. And I thought, you know, there's a lot of things done reasonably well, but nothing done really, really well from my perspective. So I've given it a bronze at 76.
Mika?
But I will always listen.
Sorry. Mika, from the middle.
Similarly, in terms of what I really enjoyed about the image was it looks like dunes from a distance, and then it's all water when you come up, and I was really excited about that idea. For me, the centre image is the one that I'm finding problematic. So the bottom left part of that centre image is not as sharp as the other elements, and as a single image, and we're judging them as a pack, but as a single image, that one to me is very problematic. There's a darkness top left of that centre image and bottom right of that centre image, and the darkness in and of itself isn't an issue, but it provides a real break between the photos on the left and the right, and yeah, that's where I was caught up. So if you can address that, then I'm definitely listening.
Any other thoughts? Because I was back to you, Janine.
Look, it sounds like other judges, their main points are really relating to how all of the panels were working together, and in particular that middle frame. I questioned that when I first looked at it myself, and then I was like, oh, that it sort of feels like it's moving in both directions. So it's pulling you out to the right and then to the left. I felt like it was almost potentially could be regarded as the weakest image, but it's also the key to the whole lot. It's the thing that sort of ties it together. And if it was truly harmonious, so you could put something very quiet in the middle, it wouldn't be very dynamic. It would possibly be a little bit boring. And I love Tony said push-pull, and I think that's exactly what's happening here. The angle of the water in the second and fourth frames, pushing, pulling, I thought was a really good analogy. I do believe that all 5 of these work together cohesively and are more than the sum of their parts. So I'm on 86. I think a few more points for this photographer for this, in my eyes, very well constructed series. So yeah.
Okay, let's rescore, judges. All right, you brought it up 1 to 81, silver award. Okay, thank you for that. And we're going to just do a little swap of our Australians. Peter, come in for Tony.
Wouldn't take much.
Okay, let's have the next image, please.
Ready to roll, boss?
Oh, come on.
We talk about the Australians, maybe we need a panel chair, mate. You're getting a bit tired, are you?
No.
No, it's tired.
We're waiting for it to crash on us.
Oh, okay. I'll be good then, promise.
Try again. Okay, we've got a score of 81, silver award. And a comment for the photographer. Mika?
This is, I've not seen this before. I think this is clever in that we've got an astro photo at the top and then movement at the bottom that to me indicates lava and power and flow, and the transition between those two I think has been really well handled and really smooth, and that flare is just something extra to enjoy. To improve the image, I feel like there's areas of the lava flow that are either too dark or just too light, and a little bit of sophistication in those areas I think would have improved this image.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 68, professional standard. And can we have a comment? Peter?
Yeah, I'm happy to say a couple of things. The photographer has probably got the same love affair that I have, and I got mine from Mike Langford with these little huts or shacks, whatever you call them. And I've seen a number of them, and you're almost there, so it's a matter of just persevering. You've got the right idea of the angle. I just recommend you look at maybe the sense of space and composition, and then just come back. I think Mika was talking a little bit about the use of light, etc. And sometimes just controlling the exposure and the images that you've already entered, and yeah, you're well on the way. So keep on going. You're just going to have to, yeah, like me, you know, I had to keep on coming back 50 times, and I'm still waiting to get there.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. And we're going to do another little change around, so everybody gets a chance on the digital. No, not quite. Mika and Chris can have a break. Jackie and Matt, if you'd like to take their place.
He's just making me write more.
I just want everybody to have a chance at the digitals. Right, let's go. Next image, please. Okay, we've got a silver award at 80. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Matt, you're new.
I think the panels work really well in this composition. It actually breaks the whole image into these minimalist little subsections and lets you appreciate those details. I think there's a slight grittiness and maybe a lack of detail in certain areas of the image that could have helped lift it even higher than that silver.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 76, which is a bronze award. And yep. Okay, so can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Jackie?
Yep. To bring this up into the next scoring range, I think we need to know where to look. The eye's going out of the frame at the top, and it's very dark at the bottom, especially where it's highlighted with the yellow tone. So just bringing a bit more space down the bottom, maybe in some other frames might have worked better.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got 78, a bronze award. You're going to challenge that?
I was
okay.
I was on 82. I was being a scaredy cat.
Yeah, no, go for it.
And it's because of the energy to bring in the light, this contrasty light, which is really difficult to do with this technique to control that and to bring emotion to it. I thought I was on the back of a boat or something like that, and so I thought all the lines and the repetition and the techniques really was working quite well for the contours. Perhaps those shadows could have been lightened a bit, and then it would have been really solid in that silver. But I'm still asking you to consider it.
Okay, Janine, you're at the lower end of things.
Yeah, Jackie, I'm on 73 and I will be coming up a wee bit. I saw some real beauty. I love the edges of the sky and the water, but the brightness in the middle of the sky is just so dominant. It kind of took everything else away from me in this picture. So if you could talk to me about that, that would be great.
Matt?
Yeah, I was in the middle on the high bronze. I instantly when I saw it, I thought of the whole following the light sort of thing. At the end of life, you see a light and then you're transitioning into another world. And so there were a few kind of tensions in the image for me, because I almost feel like the world that this image is in is not as important as where it's trying to take you into that sky and the brightness of that. And then I was kind of weighing up how much of that was I bringing to the image and how much was the photographer actually intending for that, because they are clearly visually drawing you into the sky and into an area where there's not as much interest as that beautiful water in the foreground there. So I'm kind of in between, which is why I had the in-between score, but perhaps something to talk about.
Okay, any other thoughts? No? Oh, yeah, Peter?
Yeah, I just wonder whether the photographer did a bit more post and just put a little bit of tone into those highlights for us, just to give us... I sat on 80 because of this genre. I thought, well, who am I to say that that wasn't intentional? But listening to everybody else, I just think we're all struggling with that detailless highlight, which is where we're all going one day.
All right.
Okay,
that place sitting on the edge, and I'm asking you to go into the light, into that glowing light, and make that the subject. It doesn't seem to be white up there. It does seem to be a tone, and light is, it is bright. It's. I think there's enough pull. The foreground is pulling you into that space, and it's asking you. Maybe the foreground shape is kind of angelic as well, with its arms out, and so the foreground is matching into the sky. Just asking you to just be a little bit more gracious and open up those shadows in your mind, and you'll be there. I think this is enduring.
All right, let's rescore. You've done it. 80, silver award. All right, lovely. All right, let's have the next image, please.
Did you push a button?
Yeah, it's coming. Okay, we've got a score of 78, bronze award. Peter, I'd like to challenge.
Yeah, I'll challenge. I'm on 83. I just put it in as a, I gave it a silver. I walked up and was challenged by how tightly it was framed, and my immediate reaction was too tight. But the more I sat with it, I actually started to enjoy that very deliberate crop. I mean, maybe there's something in the foreground the photographer didn't want us to see. I don't know the reason, but I'm actually, once I accepted it, I'm quite enjoying it. So I'm just explaining why I think a silver is is required, but I can understand that there'll be a few other people with different views.
Janine, you're at this lower end.
Yeah, I am at the lower end, but I still awarded this image a bronze at 75. And I'm feeling pretty comfortable with that. This is an area I know, and I really enjoyed the warmth and the yellowness of the structure in this incredibly cold environment. I think in this category we are allowed to do some easy fixes. Some of the edge of frame distractions are quite distracting. Hard getting my words out now. And it would have been relatively straightforward, particularly the fence on the bottom. And yes, I was struggling with the tightness of the crop, but I'm starting to live with it a bit better.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, I scored it into the bronze. I think there's some gorgeous tonality, colour tones in this image. I think what I was struggling with is I kind of saw the almost square crop, and I was like, okay, they've done that to include the top of the tree, but then the top of the tree is actually being cut off. And so it's like, okay, why are we doing that? I always feel like it could make for a really great panoramic crop to really bring you into all of those details of the frost and things down the bottom. I don't mind the tight crop on the bottom at all. I think that works. And the fence, I agree completely with, like, it could be removed and that could work really well. But I also think that's part of the authentic scene, and sometimes we kind of we miss the idea of authenticity in this category because you can do so many things. But sometimes it's nice to see a few of those kind of haphazard elements to really draw you into what the reality is as well. So yeah, I'm on 77. I'm open, but if you can maybe talk to me a little bit about the crop, I could move elsewhere.
Any other thoughts? No. Yep.
I'm also on the bronze range, and the reason that I'm really happy with it there is that just in the gradation of tone between the light and the slightly grey, a deeper grey part at the low area of the sky, I'm finding a bit of like a chromatic sort of aberration or tonal disjoint that is not really wanting me to go any higher.
Okay, Peter, back to you.
Well, if I take it home, I think, Matt, it's interesting, isn't it? It's just not quite square. It's tight here, but I guess I don't live there, and I suppose maybe my Australianism looks at the tonality and the difference. I think the warmth in the building, it just drags me in there. And yes, I'm not asking for gold or anything like that. I'm just saying a silver. I can forgive those other little things, and I'm actually starting to embrace the tightness of the crop. So that's where I sit.
Okay, let's rescore. It was going to happen, 79. So currently bronze, just let me push the correct button, and you should be able to hit the review in a moment. $79, Bronze Award. Okay, thank you for all that discussion. And go with the next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. Can we have a comment for the photographer? You'd like to challenge it? Okay. Just throw your hand up. Yeah.
Sorry. I scored this 85 into the silver distinction range. As an art piece where shapes are bringing emotions, and I definitely felt a sense of sort of tension and apprehension about these sharp blade-like shapes, it gave me sort of a sense of apprehension. And I think if a landscape abstract can do that, it's quite successful. There are differing sort of blade shapes in there from front to back, and I really enjoyed this etching-like quality of this, because I think that added to that story as well. So I would welcome your thoughts. I'm on 85.
Jackie, down at the other end.
So I scored in the bronze at 76, and I struggled with the landscape aspect of it. I could just see graphic art, flipped image, and awarded it for that. That's where I was left with that. What's beyond that makes it feel landscapey, and the difference is there weren't enough for me to take it to other layers of interpretation.
Okay, I'll just check. Matt, you weren't making eyes at me? Otherwise, Peter can have something to say.
Yeah, I agree with Jackie.
I think to go up into the next range, for me, there needs to be a point of difference. I think in today's world of absolute perfection, because it is such a mirror image, it's sort of like expected, and I'm actually looking for the unexpected to get up there. And so I actually want a little error. I want a little bloke with a red raincoat running around on the top or something or other. You know what I mean? It's not for me to say what I want. It's up to the photographer to give me that next level.
Yeah, Rachel.
Sorry, I'll be quick. I'm on 84, and I was very, very tempted with the distinction level, but I did find what I think may be a little error. I don't think it's intentional, and it wasn't enough to. It wasn't enough to be like a little gem or a kernel. I got the beautiful lightning bolts and the sort of wind turbine feeling, which they can be lightning rods on our landscapes. But the funny little error is just in the curvature on the little line of light on the bottom left, and also on the same line of light on the top right, and it's almost like an eyelash there, and I can't quite figure out what that's connecting or bringing to the story.
Okay.
No, it's black. Yeah.
Okay, Janine, back to you.
Yes, I saw the little black line, and I was like, oh, do I point that out or not? I don't think it's sufficient to be the hook to this image. And I do hear what you're saying about the landscape side of things. However, I'm reading this image as it's presented to me here and now, and somebody has used landscapes as a composite to make something different. And given it a high art kind of finish. So there are landscapes in there, but we can't see them. It's a new way of looking at them. So I was drawn into that, the emotional shapes. I'm on 85. I'm just looking for a couple of extra points for our photographer.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, we've got 81, silver award.
We had a good chat.
Yeah, great chat. All right, so we are going to actually give Janine a little break. And no, we like challenges. Okay, Mike.
Rich
and Rachel and Catherine, if you want to do a swap too. Okay, and if we can have the next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. All happy with that? Okay, so if we could just have a comment for the photographer. And Catherine, you're new on the, I'll pick on you.
Yeah, I thought this had great initial impact. I just sort of see this, I don't know, like a tail kind of coming, a raw sort of plunge down from the left there, and then a little flick with that little dark blob on the end there. I don't know, I don't actually have anything to offer the photographer in terms of constructive critique, so if anyone else wanted to step in maybe. No?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well done on your award.
Okay, thank you for that. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 72, professional standard. And we've got very even scoring, so just a comment for the photographer. Yeah, Mike.
I think you've overcomplicated something that could have been very simple and strong. So just consider the power of 3 versus the 1. I think the bottom image would have been a much stronger award.
Okay, great. Thank you for the comments. And next image, please. Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. Okay, we're all happy with that. And so, who wants to make a comment for the photography? Okay, go Peter.
I've made a comment about the shacks before, and we actually got Mike on the panel, and he was too chicken to say anything to you, but I just thought I'd mention that. What I love the idea of the axe there and the little shack, but where you've positioned them, my eye goes in between them. Now imagine this same scene as a panorama where there's a lot of space on the left, there's a lot of space on the right, and suddenly both the shack and the axe become the centre of the image. And so I think, again, just coming back to your use of composition, you look at, assuming it's the same photographer, I don't know, but the use of composition with a lot of these would really strengthen the images.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Sorry, Peter. No, no, you're in for good, the long haul now. Okay, so next image, please.
It's been a long day.
Okay, we've got a bronze award, 75. Okay, and a comment for the photographer, please. Yep, Mike, you've threw your hand up.
Yeah, this is a beautifully seen, beautifully represented ethereal photograph. I feel as if it's sort of two halves. There's the top of the water falling down and then it trickling away. There's a separate one. If you made them unequal, was made one stronger than the other, I suspect that the bottom part would become stronger.
Okay, great, thank you for that. And next image, please. And we have a silver award at 75. A bronze award at 75. I got, oh. Sorry to the photographer on that, misspoke. Almost got to the end of the day without making a mistake. And so, can we just have a comment from one of our judges? Matt? Yeah.
Yeah, the square crop works really well here. There's some gorgeous colours, and the stripes on the trunk of the tree work just really add something to it, almost like body painting or something. Perhaps even more abstraction could have helped it lift it higher. Because we can make out the leaves really easily as a shape, kind of looking for detail in those rather than just looking past them for the shape and the colour instead.
Okay, thanks for that. Those comments. All right, let's have the next image, please. Okay, we got an award. We got a bronze award at 77. And Mike, you'd like to?
I gave this 82. I found it very expressive, which I think the expression actually comes from the second exposure being a slightly different colour balance. The greens and the oranges are really adding to the excitement of the visual, and that reiteration of shapes going across is just very, it's almost like fireworks or something, but in grasses.
Okay, Matt, you're at the other end of things.
I saw a similar kind of like sparklers going off, but I put it in the professional range instead. I think what would have lifted it for me is there's this really beautiful transition up at the top where you go from these greens and yellows into that slight blue. And I'd like to explore that a little more, but I'm open to all of the interpretations.
Catherine?
I gave this a solid bronze at 78. I guess I kind of wanted to see more of a focal point. I found the left-hand side of the image stronger for me. Those two sets of double curves for me almost created, it's hard to explain, but some blades that took me into the image, which I really enjoyed, but then it sort of fell apart a little bit on the right-hand side. So I wasn't seeing anything here to take me into silver, but I did really enjoy that, so I rewarded that with a bronze.
Okay, any other thoughts? Looks like it's back to you, Mike.
Okay, there is a focal point, and that's the brightest part just to the right of centre, and that does hold your eye more than any other part. The things that are really exciting are the little highlights, the streaky highlights, not going vertically but going horizontally in the shadow areas. It's the longer I look at it, the more things that I find that sort of different to each other. And I think it's those points of contrast that are making it stronger for me. So just have a think about going a little bit higher.
Okay, judges, if we can rescore, please. $79, bronze on the cusp. So let's just click the review button, and hopefully you'll be able to put in your 79 or 90 or 80s. Yeah. All right, and it's 79, bronze award. Okay. Great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we've got a score of 74, professional standard. And Matt, would you like to say something for the photographer?
Yeah, well, my initial impression is what a gorgeously subtle astrophotography landscape. Unfortunately, when it's been put together, there's quite a harsh right angle on the bottom left-hand side where the compositions have kind of come together. And it's quite noticeable on our monitor, but it may not be noticeable on the monitor the photographer used. So calibration, even looking at it on an ASO maybe temporarily could help a lot with that kind of thing. But I do commend the photographer on the subtlety and beauty of the sky that they've worked with.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Matt. And next image, please. Okay, we're a score of 73, which is a professional standard. And can we have a comment for the photographer, please? Yep, Matt. Okay.
Yeah, I think beautiful light on the trees and some lovely subtle colour in the foreground. I think what I found difficult was what the most important parts of the image were and when we're supposed to look at them. So the axe is in the center at the front, so that feels important, but that's out of focus. And then the shack itself as well is kind of to the side, and that doesn't have the focus. There's some detail in the hills and that light that draws you up there, but you kind of pulled between elements and not really told that this is what I'm making a picture about.
Okay, great. Thank you for the feedback. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, professional standard. Yep, Matt, you'd like to?
Yeah, let's have a quick talk.
Yep.
On 74, so could go either way. I was just into the bronze range. The reason for that is just so much amazing texture and movement in those branches. It almost feels like it's the headdress of some dancer, or there's so many interpretations. It could be like Chinese dragons or all sorts of things. So it felt like it was worth at least having a chat.
Okay, so there's not much of a spread, Mike.
Yeah, I gave this 73. I was actually distracted by the tight crop. If the whole thing had been allowed to live within a space, it would have been stronger. Added to that is, if you've got a reflection, reflection should be darker than what it's reflecting. It's round the wrong way, so the aesthetic of it's not correct. So there's just little things that take it out of an award for me.
Peter?
I was just going to say that you've got, well, certainly I'll speak for myself and Mike, and we're old, wizened judges who've been around for everywhere. I've got some very young people next to me. And when you're doing the mirror stuff, it's almost like every mirror image has that wow factor because it's a mirror. And I think that to impress the judges here and go up higher, you've got to try something else. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel about it.
Okay, any other thoughts? Yep, Catherine.
Yeah, I'm on 74 and I'm going to come up to a low bronze with you, Matt, because I do find myself very successfully drawn into that central area with the increased contrast there and these kind of mouth-like things there. And then when you're coming up the top, there's this little gesture at the top and the bottom of that second central part there. So yes, it's just a mirror. Yes, it's tight, but because I'm being drawn around to that centre, but I'm not concerned about the tightness, and I'm happy to see this in a bronze.
Okay, Judge. Oh, sorry, Matt, back to you for.
Yeah, I actually agree with everything that's been said. So I've got no counter arguments to the negatives that you've said because they are all correct and the positives are correct as well. I think it does draw you into that centre area, and there's almost a vibration along the horizon line there. I put it into bronze, you might put it somewhere else, and I respect that as well.
Okay, let's rescore. Okay, nice work. 76, bronze award. Rightio, so that's us. We're done. So a big thank you to Sonny for sponsoring the awards, to Foalhaven Raven for sponsoring this category, to the judges, big thank you for you and all your work that you've done, to the people out the back and all the students, etc., that are helping behind the scenes, big thank you to them, to the audience here and online, thank you. Now, just...
And so...
All right. Okay.
Who came in even when he was sick. So
So can the judges please hang by? We need to do finals.